Back off, Cal. You've been warned against attacking humans. Get out of here, you miserable piece of shit. Well, you're not dead. That's something. Would serve you right if you were. Come on. Don't try to talk. I'm not in the mood. Hang on. Wake up. Come on. Damn it, open your eyes before I dump ice water on you. There we go. How's the head feeling? Yeah, I imagine so. What do you remember? What? You don't think I'll believe you? Try me. Yeah, you were attacked. A werewolf, huh? Big one with tan fur and yellow eyes. And a silvery furred one with silver eyes stepped in and stopped it. No, you don't sound crazy. I know you're not crazy because I'm the silver-eyed one who carried you out. The tan asshole you encountered was Kelvin. You're only wrong about one thing. We're shifters, not werewolves. More in control of our faculties, which makes Cal's actions unforgivable. But he's a problem for another day. Where are you? The ass crack of nowhere. This primitive cabin is Obsidian Station. Used to be a fire lookout, now it's an outpost for local shifters. I took you here because the head wound was bleeding pretty bad, and I could get to first aid supplies and a phone faster if I came here than if I took you straight to headquarters. Are you feeling well enough to chat? Good. Unfortunately for both of us, we have to fill out some paperwork. Of course there's paperwork. This is my own personal hell. Why wouldn't there be? Okay. Do you have your ID, driver's license, passport? Of course you don't. Fine. What's your name? What? Am I a cop? No. I'm more of a security guard. I'm one of the unlucky peons tasked with keeping order within Evergreen, and this paperwork is something we do and turn over to the county law enforcement as well as the administration. Yeah, it's sort of a mini-government, the administration of Shifter Society. Every attack we know of gets documented and submitted to our regional headquarters in Seattle, sort of a CYA. Any further questions, or are you finally done wasting my time? Again, what's your name? And how do you spell that? Okay, date of birth? Home address? Best contact phone number? Today's date, October 21st, 2021. Time of incident, 2:30 a.m. Location, roughly half a mile northwest of Obsidian Station on the West Evergreen Perimeter Trail. And how did you get to the trail? parked at the National Park trailhead, hiked 4 miles on marked trail before leaving said trail and crossing into the Evergreen compound. And can you confirm for the record whether you crossed the barbed wire fence into Evergreen of your own free will or under duress? Free will. Next question. Why? You didn't seem surprised to find giant wolves surrounding you, which tells me you had some idea as to what Evergreen is all about. You knew we use it as a hunting ground, didn't you? You did. Yeah. That's what I thought. So let me get this straight. You intentionally trespassed onto private property in a region known for shifter activity in the dead of night during the God's damned full moon, and not just that, but the hunter's moon, the full moon closest to Halloween. You're a dumbass. You had a good reason? Oh, pray tell, what could that reason be? And if you say you were trying to get turned on purpose, I am going to puke. If I had $1 for every time we had to escort some obsessed wannabe off the property, I'd have enough money to buy a one-way ticket out of here. 2008 alone had enough of that to tire out even a seasoned shifter. That was a special kind of hell. But back to the point. Reason. Now. You were hiking with your dog earlier this afternoon and it ran off, so you chased it. And instead of reaching out to the known trackers who own the place, you decided to trespass. Well, that answer is about the only one you could have given that wouldn't disgust me. No, I didn't say I approved. As I said, we're all skilled trackers, and even the worst of us would never hurt a dog. We would have helped you, so the trespassing was a stupid choice. That said, I understand your side of it. Describe your dog. We'll look for it and return it to you when we find it. Yes, when? Description, please. Okay. Moving on with the rest of the paperwork. Were you bitten? Yes, I do have to ask. It could potentially be a huge deal. You know, ending your life as you know it and all that. Yes or no? No. Okay. Well, of course I can smell injuries on you, but you're kind of covered in your own blood, in case you didn't notice. Between the head wound, cutting your leg on what looks like barbed wire, and getting caught by Calvin's claws, I wouldn't be able to smell one injury from another on you. And besides, I was a little busy removing you from the situation. Once I got you back here, I did first aid to help with the life-threatening stuff, mainly the head wound, and you woke up. I woke you up before I addressed anything else. I figured more help would come by then. Speaking of which, where the hell is my idiot brother? I called him an hour ago and asked him to bring the truck and our medics so we could get you out of here. We're going to pass you and this report off to the county so they can take care of you from there. They'll likely take you to the hospital. Why do you care what I'm typing now? It's my part of the report, if you must know. How I found you, what I did for first aid, stuff like that. What's wrong? You look like you're gonna be sick. Yeah, taking a smack to the head like that will make you nauseous. There's a bucket on the floor there. Use it if you need to. Your bones hurt? Like they ache? Or does it feel like fire burning along every nerve? I'm going to ask you again, and if you fucking lie to me, it could prove fatal. Were you bitten? Damn it. Show me, now. Give me that arm. Why the hell would you keep this from me? Scared? I'll give you a reason to be scared. Do you have any idea how serious this is? You've been bitten by a wolf shifter on the full moon. You're screwed. But if there's anyone in the world who understands just how screwed you are, if there's anyone in the world who's equipped to help, it's going to be the shifter that rescued your sorry ass. Of course I didn't check you. I'm not in the habit of strip searching anyone who gets attacked in the woods to see if they've been bitten. I gave you the opportunity to tell me, and you lied straight to my face. Yep, that will happen. My eyes go silver when I'm about to turn. I sometimes turn when I lose my temper, and right now I'm completely livid. We're done with the lies. You're going to answer every one of my questions truthfully and concisely. Were you bitten only once? Good. Your rate of change won't be any faster than normal then. You feel queasy, right? And your bones feel like they're burning. What about your eyes? Are you seeing red around the edges of your vision yet? Okay, that's good. If that changes, you tell me right away, understood? I need to call Ethan. Ethan, where are you? What? I called you an hour ago. Why the hell aren't you here yet? Look, it doesn't matter. I need you to get down here, now. The hiker Cal attacked. They were bitten. They've already started to turn. Yeah, well, I was a little busy trying to stop them from bleeding out to notice. If you leave now, you might get here in time for their transformation. Bring Maggie or Zach or Chet, anyone who has experience as a mentor. Even you by yourself will work, but I need someone down here quick. It can't be me. Don't be an ass. We had a deal. I don't give a crap if you're my alpha. You're also my brother, and I'll talk to you how I please. No, don't. Just, please come. Ethan, don't you dare hang up this phone. Ethan! God damn it. What am I gonna do? What is it? Yeah, I can get you some water. Here. Look, you're not going to get any comfort from me. I'm not the person people go to for comfort. I can't offer the empty platitudes and soothing words you probably want to hear right now, but I can give you the truth. And if Ethan doesn't get here in time, I can promise I at least won't leave you alone. I'll stay here next to you. The truth is that you're about to experience the worst pain you've ever felt in your entire life. Your body's going to feel like every cell is rending itself apart, and I suppose that's what will actually happen. Your muscles will strain and tear as you shift into your new form. Your bones will reshape themselves. Your eyesight will become tinged with red, and then it will go darker and darker until you're completely blind and stay that way until the transformation is complete. The whole thing only lasts about 30 seconds, but it's going to feel like a lifetime. And then when you come out of it, you're going to be disoriented. All of your heightened senses are going to hit you like a freight train. And you're going to feel this intense desire to hunt, to kill. It will fade over time, but your first instinct is not going to be one of temperance. It will be very emotionally draining. Not only that, but your life will change. You're welcome to return home after you've gotten a grip on your new reality, but that can take up to a couple years. Most shifters choose to stay within the community that raised them. Less judgment, less temptation, more support. How was I turned? I wasn't. I was born, not made. But the first time a shifter undergoes a change, well, it sucks equally for everyone, regardless of how they got their power. But I need you to hold on. If you feel like you're starting to pull apart, keep yourself together. Got it? Don't give in to it until someone else gets here. Try, at least. What do you mean? Oh, I told Ethan it can't be me. You heard that. Look, it's none of your business as to why I said that. But when a new shifter turns, they imprint on the first shifter they see. What? No, dumbass. It's not a romantic thing. Gross. Gods, how many young adult novels have you read exactly? When I say imprinting, it's more of a mentor thing. Whoever you see first, you sort of shadow them. Learn how to live your new life by living alongside them. They're supposed to teach you how to become a functional shifter. Why not me? I'm the last person anyone should be learning from. Besides, I have a deal with my alpha that involves me getting out of this place. The last thing I need is to have baggage tying me down here. Don't look so hurt. You walked into this knowing what might happen. You fucked around and now you're finding out. Hey. Oh, shit. No, you can't turn yet. Look at me. Oh, damn it, Ethan, where are you? Hey, I know you feel like you're going to explode, your vision is going, you're terrified, but you've got to fight this. Hold on. Oh, gods. It's too late. Look at me. I'm going to count down from 30. When I reach 0, it'll be over. I promise. No matter what you feel, no matter how scared you are, just follow my voice. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wake up, shifter. Hey, breathe. You're fine. You've just been taken apart and put back together, but you're gonna be fine. I know you're not in your human form anymore, but that's normal. Just breathe. That's it. I suppose a formal introduction is now in order. I'm Ruby, and for better or worse, probably worse, we're family now. Again. Your intention was too obvious. I knew exactly where you were going to land that blow. Again. Ow. Better. Still not hard enough to knock me on my ass, but better. Again. Don't pull that face. We're out here because of you. Suck it up and train. I'm fully aware it's Christmas time. That's not an excuse to slack off. And you think I'd rather be freezing my ass off out here than at the lodge drinking spiked cocoa and enjoying some time off? Again. Fix your stance. I said, fix your stance. Fuck. Do you even hear me when I talk to you? Get up. Try again. We're practicing hand-to-hand combat because I say so. Yes, you do need more training as a wolf, but we come up against all kinds of shit and we aren't always able to shift. We might be weakened by magic or illness or in an area where we're not allowed to shift. If you think our enemies are going to wait until we're in peak form to attack, you're in for a rude awakening. Again, with the Christmas excuse, look, the holidays have nothing to do with my responsibility to train you for whatever shit you might come up against. And like I said, you're the only reason we're out here. You don't get to press pause on becoming a fully fledged shifter just because you want to watch Christmas movies and lay around in candy cane printed pajamas like some giant toddler. Excuse you? I do not care that much about Christmas. If I sound like I'm protesting too much, it's because I just want a break from your stupid ass. What? Yes, I do think Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Oh, try me. Oh, God. Shit. No, I'm fine. You finally got a good hit in. It took you baiting me about my favorite Christmas movie, but it was effective. Yeah, my favorite. That tactic won't work on a real enemy, so just accept your kudos and shut up. Oh. No, you're good. Sit down, take a break. Hydrate. I'm not entirely heartless, by the way. You'll get time off for Christmas and for solstice next week. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Longest night of the year. We have traditions just like most cultures do. What's that face for? Oh yeah, we do really culty shit. We definitely sacrifice small animals, dance naked in the snow, and howl at the moon. Of course not. No, we have a big get-together. There's some ceremony to it, sure, but we eat a shit ton of food, play games, sit around bonfires, drink ourselves stupid. There's even a dance floor. Yeah, I dance. Why does that surprise you? I don't seem like the dancing type. Let's get one thing straight. You don't know shit about me. Except now you know I like to dance. Bite me. No, if you bit someone as a human, you wouldn't turn them. You have to be in your shifted form. The only exception I've heard to that is this one toddler who got his powers early. I mean, really early. It was a major fluke that he came into his own a decade too soon. He was throwing a tantrum over whatever it is toddlers cry about, and when his babysitter tried to pick him up, he half-shifted into a panther and bit her. Turned her, too, even though he only shifted from the waist down and bit her with human milk teeth. The administration had a field day with that one, let me tell you. Yeah, there are other types of shifters outside of wolves. Mostly predatory mammals, but I've met all kinds. Sure, lions, tigers, bears, oh my. Most of the big cats have shifter clans, to be honest. I've met a pod of orca shifters that live out by Vancouver Island, and there's even a handful of avian shifters, but they're few and far between. They're hermits, kinda. There's fewer of them because they have to be born to it. They can't make more of their kind with a well-timed bite like we can. Hundreds of years ago, we had dragon and griffin shifters, too. You're deadass going to tell me that dragons aren't real when you're sitting there a couple days away from involuntarily shifting into a wolf? Okay. Well, obviously the dragons aren't still around. The stories don't tell us why. Just that there was some shift in the way magic manifested itself, and many different beings were lost or diminished as a result. They ceased to exist, mostly, but their gifts were able to live on, diluted for posterity. Take elves, for example. Elves used to exist. Pointy ears, graceful, strikingly beautiful and talented, exceedingly gifted in magic, too. They're not around anymore as they were. But every now and then you meet a person out in the real world who seems to have hit the genetic lottery, and they're skilled at everything they do, and they're charismatic beyond belief. Those are the descendants of elves. Then you've got the mermaids. They say a few still exist in the oceans, but their descendants are the people who can sing beautifully and have this weird draw to water. Usually they're on the swim team or singing as they go about their day at the office. Sylvans, they're the ancestors of people with green thumbs. Sorcerers and witches, those gifts now manifest themselves in doctors, chefs, engineers. I mean, Nikola Tesla was a direct descendant of one of the most brilliant sorceresses to ever live. Oh no, vampires are real, and they're still around. The ones I've met are actually pretty nice for the most part. The deeper you get into your new life, the more you'll realize that the mythical creatures, the monsters under the bed, the bedtime stories, they're all real. And now you're a footnote on the page. Welcome to the club. No, shifters were affected, just not as much as some others. We lost some of our clans, like I said, dragons and griffins mostly, and our hold on our powers collectively got weaker. That's where full werewolves come from. No control over their ability to shift like we have. Luckily, a werewolf bite can't hurt you now. Well, scratch that, it'll hurt, but it can't turn you further than you already are. Will you ever be able to pick up a normal life? Maybe. Someday. After a year or two, if you demonstrate adequate mastery over your abilities, we can apply for a permit to wander and meet with the administration to assess you, so you can resume your normal life if that's what you want. You'll still have to check in with us or your nearest local branch every month, but it gives you a modicum of freedom. But like I told you earlier, most shifters end up staying with their clan. Even if you can't stand most of them, there's something to be said for their acceptance of what you are. No one knows the struggles of a shifter like another shifter. Of course I have a permit to wander. No, you can't see it. It's not like I carry it out to the woods for training. I'll train you to shift on command when I think you're good and ready. For now, we need to get you to the point where you're not a danger to others during an involuntary shift. And no, that's not negotiable. More questions? Ugh, you can't be serious. Yeah, of course I'm trying to teach you how to be a wolf.
but torturing someone with a barrage of personal questions isn't today's lesson. Ugh, what is it? No, I don't have a mate. Neither does my brother, in case you were interested in him. Oh, so the personal shit was just targeted at me specifically. Got it. What do you mean, why am I like this? Like what? Of course, I recognize the power I have, but unlike some others, I don't see it as a gift. Are you prying in hopes of getting a tragic backstory out of me? Because you're not going to get one. My deal with my brother is not your business. You think I owe you an explanation because I remind you daily that I hold this entire situation against you? Well, you're wrong. My reasons are my own. And now those reasons are cooling into a congealed mass on the back burner because you wandered onto our property and got yourself bitten. No, we've been over this. You can't go home for Christmas. We are your home now. It is too dangerous. What if you lose control, What if you hurt the people you care about? And suppose you did tell them the whole truth. Would they believe you? And if they did, would they accept you? Or would they shun you as a monster? Would they slam the door in your face? Listen, it just can't happen. Put the possibility out of your mind. Pin it on me if you want. Tell yourself it's your horribly mean mentor not letting you be with your loved ones. Better you hate me for that than for me to let you go and you lose everything you care about to your own lack of control. It's better this way. What? Yes, I've told you like 10 times. My eyes go silver when I'm about to turn or when I'm really angry. No, I'm annoyed as all hell, but not angry right now. Why? They're silver right now. Shit. There, better? Good. No, we're not going to talk about it. Rest is over. Get up. Hold on. Looks like you just got saved by the bell. Ethan needs us back at the lodge. Fuck if I know. Knowing Ethan, it could be anywhere between official business and a prank between siblings. Come on. Come on, this way. Welcome to my brother's office. You haven't been in here yet, huh? Yeah, he prefers to do most of his work out in the compound. He only comes in here when he needs to concentrate or when a meeting needs to be private. He said to wait for him here, so it must be pretty important. You haven't seen him around the last few days because he's been attending meetings in Seattle. He just got back an hour ago. The administration has quarterly meetings. They go over the status of each regional clan, talk about finances, bring up problems, discuss events that happened over the last few months, the usual. Think of the most boring board meeting you can possibly imagine, then add magic and a heavy emphasis on legacy, in terms of both purpose and genetics. Sometimes they talk about shifting populations to keep up the numbers in each clan. They also make plans for what they call progressive change, even though I don't think half of those old farts understand what that phrase means. Otherwise, things would be different for me. I don't mean anything by that. Don't worry about it. In fairness, it's not all bad. They do look for ways to make a positive difference. Sometimes our clans get called on to help with special missions as private contractors, sometimes with the government, sometimes not. Once we allied with a handful of other shifter communities to build a care facility for terminally ill people who don't have any family to look after them. We offer them a chance to join us if they want to. They can choose which shifter clan they want to be a part of, but either way, turning them overrides the illness and we get new family members. That's how Maggie came to us. The administration is currently funding medical research too. A team of shifters and vampires is looking into the medical application of our regenerative power to help regular humans. Not a lot of conclusive evidence there yet, but it's definitely worth throwing money at. Think of the difference we could make if something in shifter blood could cure disease without actually turning the patient. Yeah, it would be huge. It would be something I'd be proud to be part of. But Ethan didn't just go for that meeting. He and a neighboring clan's alpha were asked to stay for some follow-up discussions about a regional issue we've been having. Plus, he asked for an audience to discuss an ongoing petition that our clan submitted a year ago. So, I'm sure they kept him busy. What is it? Oh, yeah. That's an air hockey table. He's pretty good at it, actually. Don't tell him I said that. Hey, I'm really good too. See the marks cut into that picture frame? Every year on our birthday, we play for the best 3 out of 5. Winner gets the notch on their side of the frame. You'll notice I'm only 1 notch behind. The picture is of us when we were 8. We got this air hockey table for our birthday that year. It used to be out in the main hall. Yeah, well, we had to move it in here after we got a little competitive with it. Someone might have gotten hurt. Minorly. I know it's shocking, but my twin brother and I are very competitive with each other. Everyone always asks that. I'm going to tell you what I tell them. It doesn't matter which of us was born first.
Exactly. What matters is that she stuck with me to annoy her until the day I die.
Which will be sooner than you think if you ever make me sit in here and wait for you again. What kind of bullshit are you trying to pull?
There are perks to being alpha. Mainly, making you operate on my schedule.
I'm not impressed.
What? You don't appreciate the flex?
You might have fooled the girls in Seattle with your show of bravado, but you're forgetting. I've seen you almost piss yourself when I snuck up on you in the forest.
Ugh. That was forever ago.
That was last summer, idiot. It's good to have you back.
It's good to be back. How have things been?
Nothing I couldn't handle in your absence. A couple of minor fights. Dust is settled with no more than a few bruises. Joshua rolled a truck again with his stunt driving, so he's on mechanic duty to fix it.
Again?
Again. And I scouted the northeastern perimeter last night. No signs of recent hunts, so it looks like the neighboring vamps are finally respecting the border. Took long enough.
I told you. You're good at this.
Ethan.
I know. Anything else?
Well, our newest recruit here went through the last full moon with complete control of themselves during the shift, even though I tried to provoke them. They still needed guidance after the fact. That was a little rough, but all in all, they're making decent progress.
That's impressive. You're months ahead of most new shifters. How are you holding up otherwise? I know getting used to this lifestyle can take some adjustment. That's good to hear. I hope Ruby isn't working you too hard. She can be a little harsh sometimes.
Oh, stop it. Don't coddle them.
Hey, I know better than anyone that you can be intense. I have several scars to prove it.
I could say the same about you, and if you thought you could train them better, you should have shown up to the cabin the night they turned. But you were busy, so this is what you get.
I can live with that.
Ass. So, what's going on in Seattle?
Do you want the bad news or the bad news?
Very funny. Out with it.
They shelved the petition.
I fucking knew it.
I'm sorry. I tried, but because of the change in circumstances, they said we have to wait and reapply in 2 years. The good news is they're permitting us to carry on as we have been. They'll let me fight for that at least. We went back and forth for hours on it, Ruby. I did my best.
I'm sure you did, Ethan. I'm not mad at you. Don't worry about it, newbie. Not your concern. There was more bad news?
Yeah. It's Cal.
Fantastic. What did he do this time? Turn someone else? Harassed Rainier clan?
Human hunters assaulted 2 administration scouts who were investigating a shifter attack in the next county. At first, they thought it was a one-off incident, but a second attack followed. That time, Cal was with them, on the hunter's side. And because he was helping them during the assault, they suspect that he made some kind of agreement with them.
What? No, not game hunters. These are people who hunt down the magically gifted. Shifters, vampires, sorcerers. They want to wipe the earth clean of what's left of our magic. This is retaliation from Cal. It has to be.
That's what I'm thinking too. According to what the administration shared, the hunters have a base 23 miles east of us.
Too close for comfort.
Agreed. The administration wants proof of an alliance so they can sanction official action against them. We can't scope out their base yet, but we can check out Cal's place, see if there's any evidence they can use. I'm sending you two.
What? Ethan, no. I'm not going, and I'm not taking them along to spy on the guy that turned them.
I've thought of every possible alternative, and they all suck. I hate myself for even asking you. But it has to be you. No one else can track him like you can. And you know he won't come after you. Besides, he won't hurt them. You know he won't.
I hate this.
I know I'm asking a lot.
Yeah, you really are. I'll get it done. I'll figure something out.
Thank you. If you need anything,
I won't.
you know where to find me if you do. Before you go, though, I'd like to talk to our newest member of the family.
Go for it.
Alone.
Fine. Bye.
Don't go after Cal without telling me your plan first, or I'll notice you're missing and assume something bad happened.
Yes, Mother.
Tell me honestly, are you doing alright? We have resources to help if you're struggling, but I'm relieved to hear that you're mostly doing well with this. Even though Ruby is covering all the bases in terms of training, everyone needs support from time to time, and you can't always get that from your mentor. And if you have any questions or need any help, you can always come to me. The reason I'm sending Ruby after Cal is a story that's not mine to tell. You'll have to ask her. She probably won't tell you, but I'm not going to go behind her back. And I recommend you don't ask others either. It should come from her, if it's going to come from anyone. Like Ruby said before, it doesn't really matter which of us was born first. I know twins usually lord that over each other, but we don't work that way. You don't have to believe me, but it doesn't change my answer. For what it's worth, we're glad to have you. Everyone I've talked to says you're fitting in well, learning the ropes, and pulling your weight. I know Ruby resents the change in plans, but she's not really that upset. At least not with you personally. I know she seems irritated, but trust me. If she were really pissed about it, you'd know. This is nothing. I know I'm not really in a position to ask, but would you do me a favor? Look out for her. Don't worry, I'm not going all protective brother on you. I trust my sister and I trust you. But having another set of eyes looking out for her would really mean a lot to me. She's not good at asking for help, especially when she really needs it. Thank you. Now you'd better go. You don't want to keep her waiting, trust me. See you later.
All good? That was rhetorical, I don't care. Yeah, I'm sure you have loads of questions, but unless they sound like, what's the best way to get evidence that a former member of our community is plotting against our very existence, I'm not really interested in answering. I'm thinking a stakeout. Think you can handle it? You're weirdly enthusiastic about this. What the hell did Ethan tell you? I thought you didn't care. Touché. Yeah, he does trust you. He has a habit of trusting people in general. Make sure that trust isn't misplaced. Come on, we've got a stakeout to plan. Don't touch the music. To quote a wise man, driver chooses the music, shotgun shuts their cake hole. Touch it again and you'll be walking. You think I'm bluffing? Why don't you text my brother and ask him about the great jog of 2018? I'm not scared. Nervous is closer. It's none of your business. Yeah, I did say that Cal was once a member of our community. So yeah, I'm a little loath to face him. What about you? He attacked you and turned you without your consent. Aren't you nervous? What does me being here have to do with anything? Of course I'm going to protect you. It's my job as your mentor. Not to mention, my alpha would kill me if I didn't. Ugh, does this flattery usually work for you? Jesus Christ. Yes, I texted Ethan to let him know what we're doing. Yes, he thinks it's a good idea. No, he didn't have any suggestions. Could you just let me clear my head for 2 seconds without your incessant yammering? Thank you. What? What is it? Are you fucking kidding me? No, I didn't bring snacks. What do you think this is, a 3rd grade field trip? No, it is 2 a.m. and I am not stopping off to get you snacks for a stakeout. I don't care if the 7-Eleven is right there. The answer is no. It's not my job to be fun. I am too capable of it. I just have better things to do. Oh, you dare me. You are such a fucking child. There, we're at 7-Eleven. Here's $23. Go get your snacks. The only thing I want is for you to shut the hell up and take this seriously. Blue Gatorade and Oreos. In 10 minutes, I'm driving away. Whether you're in the car or not is up to you. And if the Oreos aren't double stuff, I might just leave you here anyway.
Gods, they're stubborn. They're not at all what I expected. It takes a lot to rattle them. And they look at me like they believe I know what I'm doing. Maybe they have what it takes after all. They've got the makings of a strong shifter, certainly stronger than any of us were at that stage. I hope we don't run into Cal tonight, though. I know I can handle him, but I don't know how they'll react, and how can I possibly begin to tell them about Cal's history, about mine? No, I'm not ready. I can't. Why does Ethan trust me with this? Why does this rookie trust me? Why do any of them trust me?
I'll give you this. The snacks were a good idea. To paraphrase what I said earlier, I am perfectly capable of fun. Despite all evidence to the contrary, I like fun. But there's always something more serious that requires my attention. Right now, of course there is. We're sitting here spying on the guy who ruined your life. The guy who attacked people unprovoked. The guy who... He's bad, okay? And my main concern is not just getting the information that Ethan needs, but making sure Cal doesn't hurt you. I know what Ethan said. He's not likely to hurt you because you're bound to him. Don't worry, you don't owe him your soul or anything, but you're his progeny in a way. And biologically, we're wired to care for our progeny. To harm you would cause him, and any shifter, physical pain. Sort of a way to ensure that our gifts carry on. But that doesn't mean I want you to have to face him. And it doesn't mean that he's not capable of doing some kind of damage. I don't know how far into the weeds he is at this point. I don't want to risk it. What? Yeah, my brother mentioned that Cal won't come after me, so what? You are persistent. Would you accept it if I told you that I'm not ready to talk about it? That I really don't want to? Thank you. I appreciate that. You could say it's a touchy subject, yeah. I'm not just being squirrely for shits and giggles. Cal and I have a history that I am not prepared to talk about. Yeah, he is an asshole. He wasn't always, but... Got any more of those Oreos? No, I know you can't shift tonight. You won't need to, trust me. In our wolf forms, he'd be able to smell us. As it is, the smell of the car, the snacks, the gas station across the street are all masking us. If we have to get out of the car for any reason, I brought coats that I got from the thrift store this morning. And on top of that, I parked us downwind from him. Human form is safest for this mission. Honestly, though, I think you're ready for me to teach you how to shift outside of the full moon. Yeah, why not? You've got control of yourself during your involuntary shifts. You only needed a little hand-holding last time, and I only had to put you in your place once when you got hungry. In my eyes, you're ready to learn how to channel your magic, to shift voluntarily whenever you want. Of course you can. You've seen me do it. Once you have control over your magic, you can shift whenever you want. and you can shift back whenever you want. You're not tied to the full moon at that point. Yeah, you can even get to the point where you don't shift at all if you master your magic well enough. Well, you're more powerful during the full moon, and if you stay in your human form, you'll feel this urge to shift. It manifests itself physically to varying degrees, but you don't have to give in to it. For some people, it's just a light brain fog. Others feel like their skin is too tight on their body, just different for each person. For me, I get anxious, a little fidgety, like I desperately want to break into a full sprint at any time. Keeping still can prove a challenge. I definitely think better in my wolf form, though, at least during the full moon. So if I have a lot of thinking to do, I look forward to the opportunity. Yeah, I can think more clearly, make decisions more rationally. It sounds counterintuitive because it's an animal form, but it works. It wasn't always like that. I used to hate being in my wolf form. Story for another time. Either way, I hope you come to love your shifted form. Your whole life has changed after all. I wouldn't want it to feel like it was for nothing. Of course I care about that. I might be prickly, but I'm not heartless. Hey, look. Truck's pulling up to Cal's place. Start recording. No, I don't recognize the vehicle. Pass me the binoculars. Got the license plate. One of the many benefits of night vision. Send that to Ethan. 3 people are getting out. 1 woman, 2 men. Can't tell if they're human or not. 1 sec. Yeah, human. All 3. Walking up to Cal's door, and he just lets them in. He's a pretty private guy. Even for people he knows, he doesn't necessarily open the door for them. I'm gonna go plant some bugs. I'll be right back. No, stay here. Make sure we're still recording. Listen, rookie. If you want me to start trusting you more, this is how you earn it. Stay here. Keep getting video. Keep an eye out. Promise me. Good. I'll be back. What do you mean? It wasn't gone that long. Oh, don't be dramatic. It was 15 minutes. And I had to be stealthy. The humans weren't likely to sense me sneaking around, but Cal certainly has good hearing. I had to time my movements to be covered by other sounds. Yeah, I managed to bug their truck, so anything they say is going to be transmitted back to home base. No, I am not bugging that apartment. I'm not going within 10 feet of that front door. He would have smelled me, even with the humans and this secondhand coat masking the scent. Nah, he won't catch scent of me on the vehicle. The wind is already taking care of that. Huh. You stayed put. You didn't even open the car door. I am impressed that you listened. Can't you just accept that I'm happy with something you did? Or in this case, didn't do? Nah, we can get out of here.
We've got pictures and video of them going in, we've got the license plate of the vehicle, and we're hopefully going to get some admissions of whatever the hell is going on. Plus, Cal has always done his dealings in the wee hours of the morning. Sun will be coming up soon, so there's nothing more we can do tonight. Not without risking our necks and giving away the administration's hand. You look tired. I mean, it's 5 in the morning. Nobody would give you shit for wanting to rest. Not even me. Nah. I mean, I am tired, but I'm a little too amped up to be able to sleep. I'll probably just power through when we get back. Hey, I kinda have this tradition after an overnight mission. I go get something to eat at this diner. They have the best breakfast food you'll find pretty much anywhere. Since you're my ride-along for the foreseeable future, are you interested? Awesome. Will you, text Ethan? Let him know we're making a pit stop. What? I don't want him to worry. Don't let that cool, collected facade fool you. He worries harder than anyone I know. He's just insanely good at hiding it. The diner? They have all kinds of stuff. I usually get a steak omelet with hash browns and a strawberry milkshake with extra whipped cream. There's nothing wrong with a milkshake for breakfast when you've been working hard. And it helps that we have one hell of a metabolism. What did he say? Well then, I guess we're also getting a breakfast burrito and chocolate milkshake to go. Yeah, if I know my brother, he's been up all night in case something went wrong. Probably already has sent the license plate and some of the photos over to our contacts in law enforcement to get an ID on the vehicle, you know. See if the owner matches one of Cal's visitors. He'll need a hot breakfast, especially since neither of us will likely sleep till we sift through all the recordings and get a full report out to the administration. I don't expect you to help with that, though. You should sleep when we get back. You sure? All right, fair enough. You keep on surprising me, rookie. I can't tell if you're more stubborn than I am or just a glutton for punishment. Hey, you're still a pain in my ass, and don't you forget it. This is the place. We've got time to kill. We got our proof that Cal is working with the human hunters. We sent the recordings up to the administration, and Ethan's waiting on orders. It's the perfect time to teach you how to do a voluntary shift. There's no rule saying I have to use the training ground for training. Besides, this training is a little unorthodox, and it's a little earlier in your life cycle than most shifters would attempt it. I picked this spot for a couple of reasons. For one, it's the farthest possible point from any buildings in the Evergreen compound, not to mention it can't be accessed by road. It's miles and miles from the nearest hiking trails, and aside from the times my brother has come up here with me, no one else has been here. Or at least I haven't caught the scent of anyone else while I've been here. It's about as isolated as you can get. Trust me, it'll help both of us if we don't have to worry about interruptions or distractions. The other reason I took you here is that this is kind of my spot. Oh, stop. Tell anyone about it and I'll kick your ass. But yes, this is a special place for me. It's somewhere I go when I want to clear my head. Sometimes I even sleep up here in wolf form. It's
safe. I want it to be a safe place for you too, so if you find yourself in need of such a thing, I'll gladly share it with you. You're welcome. No, I'm not worried you're gonna mess up. That's not the point in bringing you way out here. There is more inherent risk, but just the knowledge that we'll be undisturbed will go a long way for you, believe me. And it will help me focus on supporting you through a voluntary shift. If my attention doesn't have to be divided, this will go much more smoothly. Because I'll be at a bit of a disadvantage. During the full moon, you have an involuntary tether to your mentor and to senior shifters, especially your alpha. If they tell you to do something, you're more likely to do it. It makes it easier to train you if I can simply make eye contact with you and tell you to calm down, and you follow through. It's not that you can't disobey during that phase, you definitely can. You still have free will. But if you do follow through, it's like laughing at a funny joke or eating your favorite food. The reward center in your brain lights up. You get flooded with happy chemicals by heeding the order. It was initially a way to bond with the members of your clan and cement the hierarchy. No, we don't use it on that scale anymore. Well, Evergreen doesn't, at least, and most modern clans don't. My family did away with regular use of that ability hundreds of years ago. My family has always believed that if we're going to have a clan backing us, that every member should be doing so willingly, that we should give them something to fight for, instead of exploiting biology to build our ranks. Nowadays, we only use that ability to aid in training. If a newbie is reaching a panicked or violent response, we use it to bring them back from that and redirect their focus. Once the focus is re-established, we drop that pull. Yeah, I've done it to you a few times. Do you recall on your second full moon when Joshua ran through the clearing and broke your focus? You didn't react right away, but I could feel the change in you. Your thoughts went from control and cooperation to chasing prey. I used that bond to pull you back. Right. The moment we made eye contact and I saw you were breathing normally, I dropped it and trusted you to carry on that momentum on your own. And you did. Come on, let's get to it. Okay, you're going to have to draw on your own power for this. When you shift involuntarily, you feel it right here first, kind of in your diaphragm. You're not going to feel that pull organically right now, so try to replicate that feeling on your own. It can sometimes help to visualize something that represents your magic, whatever that looks like for you. Yeah, give it a try. That was only your first try. Give it another go. Hey, it's fine. It could take a while, don't stress. Try again. What, you want me to turn around and not look? Then try again. I usually imagine lighting a flame inside my torso and just holding it there until I feel like it's steady. Then I work on making that flame stronger, brighter, and warmer. Try that. You were so close. Try again. There you go. You did it. Well done. It's going to feel a little different than usual. You won't feel as powerful. That's normal. Just walk it off a bit. Run around the clearing if you need to. Stay in control. Hey, It's just a deer. Leave it alone. Hey. I know you're feeling a hunting drive right now. Just ignore it. Push it away. Shit. Rookie, stop now. Hey. Snap out of it. Damn it. Hey, you're fine. No, you don't have to give in to it. Look at me. Look right into my eyes. You are capable of controlling this. Rookie, you've got this. Breathe. Snap out of it. Shift back. Shift back now. There. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Are you okay? Are you okay? I took you down hard. If you're hurt, don't try to sugarcoat it. Let me see. Crap. Sorry. Claws got you. Okay, that's pretty deep, but you won't need stitches. If you're okay with it, I'll just bandage you up right here, right now. Great. Yes, I came prepared. No, I didn't expect injuries. They just happen. It's not like I was planning on throwing you to the ground or anything. Sorry. The good news is, it will heal up quickly. What's on your mind? It's okay, Rookie. It happens. Look, you're attempting something that most shifters don't try until they've been in their new skin for over a year. Not only were you able to voluntarily shift on your first day trying, but you even listened to me while in that state, without me using my tether to you. Believe me when I say that demonstrates an insane amount of control. Yeah, well, that's why we're up here, where no one else might get in the way. And I'm fine. You were scared of what? Your power, you mean, when it felt like you were losing control. Good. The magic that we hold within us is incredible. It's also extremely dangerous, lethal even. You should be afraid. That'll keep you in check. Sure, there are shifters who don't carry any fear about their power, who wield it unapologetically and ruthlessly, but they're slaves to their power. We call them werewolves, not shifters. What sets us apart is that we understand the responsibility that's been placed in us and we seek to do right by it. That keeps us in control. It feels a bit like unbridled violence sometimes. Like all you want to do is destroy and cause pain. I saw it in your eyes. That's exactly what you were going through. I know it well. I've been there many times. It's okay to feel it, Rookie. You don't have control over those intrusive thoughts. It's not that initial urge that defines you, it's what you do with it, how you act after you've felt it. You made the conscious choice to turn away from it. You did the right thing. And I've seen enough to know that you're going to keep doing the right thing. Even among regular human beings, it's not thoughts but actions that make someone who they are. I promise it's not any different for us. Yeah, I am speaking from experience. I did something horrible when I first turned. In many ways, it wasn't my fault. Ethan and the others would all say it wasn't my fault at all. But I hold myself accountable for what I did, even if it wasn't on me. I learned from it. I practiced, I got control over myself, and now I'd like to think that there's nothing that could rattle me enough that I'd go back to that state. But I'm always ready to rein myself in if it comes to that. I can't take all of the credit. I had a lot of help. Even aside from my brother spending weeks on end working to pull me out of it, the rest of the clan pitched in. The administration even sent a counselor once they were notified of what happened. My parents, no. They weren't around. Our dad left when we were really young. We don't talk to him, but last we heard about him was 5 years ago. He's with a different clan somewhere on the East Coast. Doesn't really want anything to do with us. My mom was Alpha until she died in a car accident. That was when we were 12. Yeah, well, we have some supernatural healing ability, but there are some injuries that can't be fixed. The administration handles custody cases differently with magically gifted individuals. We were surrounded by an extended family, so the administration opted to let the clan be our guardians until we were able to be on our own. And the clan as a whole reported to the administration for guidance until Ethan was old enough to take over as Alpha. Yeah, my mom was the Alpha. How many times do I have to tell you, this isn't a young adult novel. Women can be Alphas too. They have been since the first shifters roamed the planet. They didn't call them Alphas back then, though. They were usually kings and queens or nobility of some kind, just depending. But the title is hereditary, as long as the next in line is fit for the role. I would say about 1 in 5 lines of succession are broken by the administration in order to put a better leader in charge, but my family have been leaders since the earliest shifter clans. Old blood, you could say. Royalty, me? I mean, I guess I could be related to shifter royalty, but really, can you imagine me with a crown on my head? Please. I don't know what to say to that. Thanks, I guess. Thank me for what? That was nothing, honestly. I'm just doing my job as your mentor. I might not like the circumstances, but it's my responsibility to help you succeed. If that means tackling you to the ground and yelling at you in my wolf form, then so be it. Nah, we can stop. That's enough training for now. Yeah, well, I might be a hard ass, but I know when not to push. How about we just sit up here for a while? Fine by me. Get ready to give up your crown.
Maybe you should get ready to taste defeat 3 years in a row.
Please, last year I let you win because you were sad about getting dumped.
Nice try. We both know you're losing your touch and just don't want to admit it.
Huh, yeah, right. Damn it.
You were saying?
Shut up and play.
What happens when we run out of space on a picture frame to document all my wins?
That won't be a problem. It's not like you're that good of a player anyway. It's over, Ethan. I have the high ground.
Oh no, you don't.
And Ruby Kendall has reclaimed her throne.
Ah well. I'll get it back next year.
You will try. Rookie, hand me that picture. There we go. My victory is immortalized. Happy birthday, Ethan.
Happy birthday. I should have known you'd win eventually.
I always bounce back. What is it, Rookie?
Oh, the great jug of 2018. You told them?
I mentioned it in passing as a cautionary tale. I didn't tell them the whole story. I thought you should do the honors.
Why do you always have to bring that up?
Because it's fucking hilarious. Well, go on. Tell them the story.
We were driving over to Seattle for the weekend with some other members of the pack. There was a concert we all wanted to go to, so 6 of us loaded into the car and hit the road. It was my car, but Ruby was driving because I couldn't find my license. About 20 minutes into the drive, she and I got into an argument because I kept changing the music. She said that since she was the driver, the music was her choice. I said that since it was my car, I should get to pick. No one else in the car said a word, which was a smart choice because she pulled over on a highway and demanded I get out. No, I thought she was kidding at first. But when I didn't move, she went to unbuckle her seatbelt and I panicked. I'm not proud of it, but she's terrifying sometimes. So I got out of the car, she reached over, shut the door, and drove off without saying another word. Well, I did what any shifter would do. I ran into the woods, took my wolf form, and sprinted along the highway after them. Go back to the compound and admit that my twin sister kicked me out of the car? Not a chance. Maggie would have to drive me to the concert then, and that was just not cool.
In fairness, he could have made really good time. Our wolf forms can run at about 45 miles an hour, and he didn't have to go the long way around the mountains like we did. Honestly, he may have even beaten us to the hotel, if it weren't for the suburbs. The trip was just over 100 miles on foot, and the last 20 were through a heavily populated area. Even though many humans know we exist, we're still not allowed to use our powers in populated areas. At least not when it's noticeable. He couldn't very well run through the city as a giant wolf. Unless it's a life or death situation, no shifter wants to risk getting in trouble for breaking one of our most fundamental rules.
That was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be an avian shifter. For a while I alternated between wolf and human, using the cover of trees to close the gap. But eventually I hit a point where I just couldn't leave my human form anymore. So I used the last few dollars in my wallet to get a bus pass. It took nearly 2 hours to get to the hotel on public transit, and I was absolutely filthy by the time I got there. But I did get there. I tried to look as smug as I walked into the hotel room where everyone was partying, but she just laughed at me.
It wasn't just me. We all laughed at you.
Anyway, the moral of the story is, if Ruby sets her mind to something, gods help anyone who gets in her way.
Says the guy who ran over 100 miles to prove a point. Yeah, I guess we are both pretty stubborn.
I've got to take this. Don't dig into the cake without me.
I wouldn't dream of it. Are you having a good time, Ricky? Well, good. Help yourself to more food. Even with a pack this hungry, there will be leftovers. And if you haven't tried Josh's 7-layer dip yet, get over there and try it. A troublemaker he may be, but he's also got a way with food. What? Shifters are people too. We have hobbies, talents, flaws, likes, dislikes, personal stories, complex emotions, just like everyone else. The only difference is we have animal forms and a secondary code of conduct to abide by. But I get what you mean. It's weird to see a giant wolf in a dark, ominous forest, and imagine that in 2 hours, he'll be in the kitchen, wearing an apron that says "Kiss the Cook" while he makes his famous jalapeno poppers for game night. You'll get used to it, rookie. The cake. It's vanilla with raspberry filling and buttercream frosting. Yeah, I've got a sweet tooth, so what? No, it's Ethan's favorite, too. Our grandma used to make it for us when we were little, so we both carry that preference. In any case, if we didn't like the same kind, I'd just defer to what he wanted. Because I like cake in all flavors, shapes, and sizes. It has nothing to do with what my brother wants. I am not a softie. Don't you dare ever call me that again, got it? Jeez. You know something, I think you're getting a little too comfortable around here. Well, yeah, I want you to feel like you're at home, but I don't recall giving you express permission to roast me. Welcome back. Are you ready to... What's wrong?
That was Director Hadley from the administration. They're issuing a warrant for Cal's arrest based on the proof we provided.
That's good. That's good, right?
They've asked for our support.
We've done it before. It's not great playing host to them, but we'll manage. Yeah, usually if the administration sends a team to perform operations, it's an expectation that the nearest clan provide hospitality and sometimes backup. That's what the Southwest building is for, temporary housing.
I wish it were that simple. They're asking for us to be involved in the arrests. Specifically...
Me. They want me.
I told them no.
And they overruled you.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad. I expected this would happen. They keep doing this. They have to know what kind of effect this will have on me. I'll tell you later, Rookie.
I'll be there with you. We both will, right?
Thank you. Both of you.
I wish there were some other way.
There isn't. But it'll be for the best. Less chance of something going wrong, right? Let's enjoy the party for now, okay? We can plan tomorrow morning, get the pack together, and tell them what's going on. Besides, I will need to explain a few things to my protege before then. They're the only one that doesn't know, after all.
Fair enough.
Shall we cut the cake? If there's one thing that will lift both of our spirits, it's sugar. Thank you for celebrating with us. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Look, I grabbed a couple drinks. Would you be in the mood to share them and listen to a sad story tonight? I need to explain some things before we go after Cal. Cool. Here. To another year. May it not suck. Well, I guess I should start at the beginning. Cal's family were recent transplants to the area when he was born, but he only ever knew life in Evergreen. His parents were respected, and he was kind of like an older cousin to us. All young shifters who are raised into this world take turns shadowing every other member of the pack during their tasks. And since we were the Alpha's kids, that means we had higher expectations placed on us. Ethan and I helped file paperwork, manage the books, tag along to the annual meetings. We trained, and we did perimeter runs with other senior members of the pack. When Cal was 17, he was already considered a senior member because of his skill. So, once we turned 14, Ethan and I started doing perimeter runs with him a couple days a week. One day, Cal invited both of us out with him. Ethan wanted to stay behind to look over the books, so I geared up and left with Cal. Everything was fine for the first couple of hours. We made it about 2/3 of the way through our circuit, and then all hell broke loose. I started to shift for the first time. I felt much like you did. Sudden piercing headache, nausea, and intense pain shooting through my bones. Cal panicked. I screamed at him to get me home, get me back to the compound, and he tried initially, but I fully shifted before we even left the clearing. He was the first shifter I saw when I came to, so... yeah, he became my mentor. Only, he didn't take me back to the compound. He freaked out. I don't remember much coherently, but he was definitely panicking. I passed out, and when I woke up, I was tied up inside of a cave. I had no idea where I was, but I could tell several hours had passed. I was in pain, and I was scared, and I was alone. Completely, utterly alone. He was supposed to guide me through the shift at my first hunt and take me back to the pack, but he left me there. At the time, I assumed he'd gone for help, but that didn't stop it from feeling like a visceral betrayal. But I could barely focus on that because I was hungry. And not I could go for Taco Bell hungry. I wanted to kill. To feast. So I didn't try to set myself free because I didn't know what I would do. By the time night fell, I figured that either Cal would have gotten help or he wouldn't have returned and they'd be out looking for us anyway. I waited until the sun came up the next morning, and by then the hunger had gotten worse. I tried shifting back into my human form, but I didn't know how. So I sat there, slowly losing myself to the hunger. Eventually, my wolf took over. Completely. I have full memories of what happened, but I had no control. At some point in the late morning, a group of hikers came walking by. A family. And I smelled them, and my instincts took over. Cal must not have anticipated my strength because I broke through my bonds like they were made of wet paper. I charged out of the cave, and I killed them. 3 adults, a teenager, and a little kid. Couldn't have been older than 5. I still see them. I still feel their blood on my face, in my fur. I still hear the way they screamed. The rest of the pack found me because they heard the screaming. They were able to subdue me, and they brought me home, contacted the administration. I was feral for 3 weeks, officially classified werewolf. The administration blocked me from the outside world while their best professionals worked around the clock to try to bring me back. They tried medication, they tried counselors, they tried both. Nothing worked at first. But my brother and the rest of the pack had been pushing for a chance to see me. They'd been denied, of course, but one day my brother annoyed the hell out of a security guard, and he agreed to let Ethan in for 10 minutes, no more than that. Luckily, my brother didn't need that much time. He walked in, sat down, well within biting range, I might add, and touched my paw. Said he missed me, and that I'd better get myself together because he wasn't leaving until I shifted back. It worked. The relief that I wasn't totally alone made a difference. After my brother got chewed up one side and down the other by several ranking members of the administration, they agreed to let other members of the pack see me. I was nonverbal for a very long time, but since I wasn't acting aggressively, they worked on teaching me how to control my powers. Over time, with everyone's support, I came back to myself. I got my abilities completely under control. I led a relatively normal life, but I can't forget what happened. You mean, why did they bother putting so many resources into me? Remember how I told you that I'm old blood? Yeah, that carries some weight in the shifter community. Add to that the fact that my mother was one of the most powerful shifters of her time, and they really didn't want to lose me. They did eventually find Cal, yeah. He was hiding out in a cabin in the woods, hoping no one would come looking. The explanation he gave was that he wanted to go to college, and he couldn't be locked down for 2 to 3 years, and above all, he couldn't handle the responsibility of mentoring the last Alpha's kid. That might have explained the initial panic and why he didn't help me through it, but he still should have gone for help after he got me restrained. The administration named him responsible for the deaths of that family, but since he was still a minor, he went to a rehab facility in Montana for 5 years. He came back afterward, but he wasn't the same. I didn't hold it against him. He was a scared teenager, and he made a really, really bad call. I tried to work with him to heal that broken bond between us, but it didn't matter in the end. After a year of trying to reintegrate into our pack, he tried to... Well, we had a falling out, and he left. Due to the nature of it, he was kicked out permanently. It hit me pretty hard. But that's the reason that Cal can't hurt me, and why I'm so good at tracking him. The bond between mentor and student is not easily broken. Even though he never actually stepped up to fill the role, I can't change that instinct, and neither can he. Yeah, that's why I want to leave Evergreen. Too many memories here. I can't get away from my past. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for everyone here who helped me, who stood by me, but they don't need my help. And I can't bear to be here. It's just a reminder of what could have been. But now I'm stuck here for a while. Thanks to Cal, and thanks to you. So what do you say we see this through, huh? Let's get Cal under control and make sure he can't hurt anyone, then we'll get you up to snuff. And in a couple of years, I'll be gone, and you can do whatever you like. Come with me where exactly? I don't even know where I'm going yet. I'll think about it. Hey, I didn't say no outright, so don't push your luck. Anyway, now you know. Thank you for listening. Yeah, well, if I can't trust my student, then I can't trust anyone, right? Good night, Rookie.
Remember, Ricky, the administration will be watching our every move.
I know you're stubborn, but please do as we ask while the director is here. Cut me some slack here. Even I recognize that there's something to be said for order.
Oh, Director Hadley isn't a wolf shifter. He's a lynx, actually.
Well, yeah. There are over 30 different kinds of shifters represented in the Pacific Northwest branch. Would be a little weird if all the leadership were wolves, right? Director Hadley?
Alpha Kindle?
Welcome back to Evergreen. I hope your drive was alright.
It was, thanks.
Does your team need any help unpacking?
No, we won't be staying the night. Our plan is to take Cal into custody immediately and head back to Seattle to get him into a secure facility as soon as possible.
Getting right down to business, then. How many people did you bring?
4.
That's it?
It's one shifter, under Ruby's influence. I doubt we'll even need our team as backup.
I know I can handle it, Director, but could you pretend for 2 seconds that you give a damn about how this will affect me?
I'm not unsympathetic to your feelings, Ruby. If you'll recall, I was your biggest advocate for returning you to a normal life with your pack. But Cal is dangerous, and there's no sense in throwing 4 shifters at him when you were likely able to subdue him on your own. I know you understand that. Both of you.
Of course we understand it. Doesn't mean that I enjoy being the leash that you use to hold on to Cal.
I get that. And I don't like asking it of you. I brought some of the inhibitor medication, if you decide you want it later.
You know I won't use it.
Take it with you anyway. I know it's not a solution, but take it with you, just in case.
When should we head out?
Now, if you're ready.
Give us 10 minutes. We'll follow you to Cal's place.
Understood. Here's hoping this goes smoothly.
We scouted the perimeter. He's not in the house.
I thought you said he'd be here.
He is here. There's a clearing further back in the woods where he likes to go. Maybe a quarter of a mile out. I'd bet you anything he's out there.
You're sure?
I can smell him already.
If you say so. We'll surround the clearing, but only the 2 of you go in.
Director, I need to be with my...
With your pack if something happens.
If something happens to my sister, you mean? I'm not going to stand out here just waiting for someone to attack her and another member of my pack.
Ruby.
Ethan, the director is right. It's the contingency plan. We can't both be there at once.
Are you kidding me? I'm supposed to be with you. I'm your...
Please just let me get this over with. See, Rookie's got my back. They won't let anything happen to me.
The bond between the 3 of them should protect your sister and her trainee adequately.
Should?
Look, when it comes to Ruby, we all know we're dealing with uncharted territory here. I won't make promises I can't keep, but we'll be just on the other side of the hill, ready to jump in if anything happens. Otherwise, there will be entirely too much wolf in one space.
There's already too much lynx.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
Take this. It's not a shot collar. It's the magically powered control device we use to keep dangerous shifters subdued.
A shot collar.
Just use it.
Come on, Rookie, let's go.
Be careful.
Always am. Cal,
Hi, Ruby. It's been a while.
can we talk? Face to face.
I suppose. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Cal, the administration knows. They know about the hunters.
Sharing information? Interesting. But I already know that they know. I was wondering how long it would take for the administration to send their little lapdog to arrest me.
Rookie, back down. It's over, okay? Give it up.
I've come too far to stop now.
Look, if you know anything about why the hunters want to do this, about what they're planning, I can convince Director Hadley to give you a deal.
You've been given a direct order to take me into custody. But here you are, being a noble martyr, trying yet again to save me. You just can't help yourself, can you? Tell me, if you care so much about my well-being, why help them to begin with?
People have died. Innocent people. And you've turned some people too, without consent from either the administration or the victims. The proof of it is standing right next to me. How many more besides them do we not know about?
I've turned one person, and only one. That pup wasn't meant to survive my attack. Your interference is what led to them being turned.
No, your attack is what led to them being turned. I'm not taking the blame for something you did. Not again.
Finally growing a spine, I see.
Fuck off.
We're not so different, Ruby. Our lives were decided for us from the moment we were born. We didn't get to choose magic. We didn't get to choose our roles. We both wanted to have some say in our lives, without being shackled to some ancient ideal.
Is that why you left me tied up in a cave? Because guess what? I had even less choice than you did.
I wanted to go to college, to get my license to roam, and just be normal, Ruby. Normal.
And you could have been after a couple of years. Hell, it may have even been a couple of weeks if we had worked something out with the administration.
Yeah, right.
You could have at least tried. I trusted you, Cal. I looked up to you. I wanted you to be part of our family again.
That was your mistake.
One I won't repeat again. I'm taking you into custody.
And turning me in? I won't come quietly.
You don't have a choice.
Don't I? You think I won't hurt the both of you just because I'm your mentor? Because they're my progeny? That doesn't have a hold on me anymore.
Maybe not. But that's not all I have going for me. Lay down on the ground and put your hands behind your back. Rookie, cuff him.
Oh, isn't that adorable? Little Ruby finally stepped into her mama's shoes to play the hero, using her abilities to force me to comply. Looks like you do enjoy that power after all, little Alpha.
Don't call me that. I haven't been Alpha in a long time.
You never really were the Alpha to begin with. You never stepped up. You never did your duty.
I tried.
Not hard enough. I'm proof of that. You failed me, just like you'll fail everyone else.
Come on, Cal. If you're trying to hurt me, you're gonna have to dig a hell of a lot deeper. There's nothing you can say to me that I haven't already said to myself 1,000 times. Don't fucking move.
The collar? Really, Ruby? You think after wearing one of these yourself, you'll be above using it on?
That's enough out of you. Director, he's subdued. You're clear.
Copy that, Alpha Kindle. Good work.
It's nothing, Rookie. It'll pass. Just keep an eye on him. Is that a strawberry milkshake? You think you can entice me with food? Of course it's working. You did well today, Rookie. Thank you for listening and for staying calm. I know it was stressful. So, I won't insult your intelligence or your hearing by acting like nothing happened. I know you heard Cal call me Alpha, and Director Hadley too. It's because I am the Alpha. I was born first. I got the magical mantle passed down onto me. Ethan's been covering for me. No, he has powers too, just not as strong as mine. I can use my abilities to influence the pack's minds, make sure they follow orders. He was born my beta, so he could only use his to reinforce my commands. Except if my command is that he takes the position of alpha in my place, then yeah. He's a powerful shifter and a good people person. It suits him. Because I don't want it, Rookie. I'm the furthest thing from a good leader. I messed up. No, this isn't about the murders. It's not about me going feral back in the day. I told you Cal came back after a while. And I told you he wasn't the same. We were both extremely fucked up from what had happened, and I wanted to extend an olive branch. I encouraged everyone to forgive him, to welcome him. I spent time with him. I didn't force anyone with my commands. I just wanted to bring him back into the family. I tried so hard to be a good alpha and to be a good friend to him. I thought I was making progress. Everyone warned me that it was a pipe dream, that I couldn't trust him. He was just taking advantage of my kindness. And I blew them off. But, one day he tried to kill me. It felt like he'd always planned to. And this pack, this family, whose concerns I had brushed off, they threw themselves in front of me to protect me. Josh's older sister, she was in the hospital for 3 months after that attack. She almost died. Maggie had a severe concussion. The scar on Ethan's back, that was from Cal. And after he'd fought his way through them, he had an opening. Devastated as I was going to let him take it. But he hesitated. He came up against me directly, and his shifter biology overruled him. He couldn't make the killing blow. He couldn't murder his alpha. I regret to tell you that, no, I didn't subdue him. I stood there shaking like a leaf until someone else jumped in. I don't even remember who. The administration took him into custody. They evaluated him, and for whatever reason, they let him go 4 months later. I took formal steps to legally remove him from the pack, and then I thought about all the people I hadn't listened to and realized I couldn't be the alpha the pack needed. I'd already failed them. So I talked to Ethan, begged him to take over for a little while, see how it suited him. And even though the pack didn't want me to step down, things ran smoothly with him in charge. It was the most peaceful life had been since our mom was alive. For the first time in my life, I saw a choice that hadn't already been made for me. I could leave. So Ethan helped me write up a petition to the administration for him to take over as alpha. They couldn't deny it outright. I mean, we're twins, we've got the same lineage. And if they formally renounce me as alpha, then my power passes to him in full. They keep putting it on the back burner, though. I don't know why. This is why I didn't want to train you, Rookie. I'm a certified mess. Oh, God. Sorry, my head is just splitting in pain. No, I appreciate it, but it's not something that can be helped with painkillers. This is my body reacting to what I did to Cal today. No matter my motives, I caused pain to one of my own, and everything in me is rejecting that. Director Hadley gave me inhibitors to help with the side effects, but because I don't want to take them, Rookie. It'll fade in time. Give it a week, it'll be barely noticeable. Well, this is all going down really close to home, so I guess for now we wait and see what the administration finds out about the hunters, and go from there. In the meantime, it's time for you to start making perimeter runs on your own. You'll still report to me at the end of the day, and we'll still do our hunts together, but you've proven you don't need a lot of supervision. It's time to reward that with a little trust. Of course. You might not realize it, but you just followed me into a really dangerous situation. I knew Cal was likely to overcome his bond to you eventually, but I don't know, it had been so long since I used my alpha powers, I didn't know whether it would work on him anymore. It was a calculated risk. If it had failed, well, I don't really want to think about it. No. I have never used my alpha influence on you. I fight it every single day to make sure that you're not exposed to it, even accidentally. The only thing you've got is the mentor-student bond, which fizzles out naturally the more independent you get. It'll disappear entirely within a couple of years, and it does not require you to follow me into danger. You followed me of your own volition. You trusted my word, which makes no sense to me, but I appreciate it. I wish I could see myself through your eyes, Rookie. Maybe one day I will. I'm not saying I don't enjoy going for a walk with you and your dog, but usually when I do things, it's a means to an end. Otherwise it seems like a waste of time. What if your dog runs off again, I don't really feel like a tracking mission today. We were lucky to have found her in the first place after you got attacked. Of course I can sniff her out and find her now, that's not the point. Yes, I do like her. Listen, if you tell anyone else you saw that, you'll regret it. I don't need the whole pack knowing that I fell asleep cuddling your dog, or that I take her out to play fetch sometimes. Like I said, I like her. She's good company. But it's not her presence that I'm questioning. It's this entire excursion. Okay, well, if you don't have anything to discuss and you didn't want to train, then why the hell... What's this? I can see that it's a picnic blanket, Rookie. Why is it out here? Something nice. For me. Why? Of course you can do kind things for people, I'm just not used to being the recipient of them. I don't know about deserve. Okay, fine. I won't argue. I'm just not sure I get why you're turning this thoughtfulness on me. I suppose. Well, you're not wrong about that. I've been replaying Cal's arrest over and over in my head, and I feel like I'm going insane. Each time I do it, I feel an echo of that pain again. So, taking my mind off it is probably a good idea. Besides, I've got nothing else to do. Perimeter runs are done, you're prepped for the next full moon, and we haven't heard back from Director Hadley on any new orders, so... Alright, let's have a picnic. I haven't done anything like this since I was a kid. There's always something more important to do, and even if I could excuse the leisure time, I don't often do one-on-ones. I don't enjoy being prickly, okay? I don't enjoy being isolated either. But I do intend to leave Evergreen and give up my position as Alpha. And when I do, it's going to sever my bond with everyone. It's going to hurt more for them than for me. No. It's bad enough that the pack would need months to recover before officially putting Ethan into the role. It would feel like a death to them. It's not just emotional pain either, it manifests physically. You should have seen it when my mom died. Everyone just gets listless and empty, like for a while they lose their sense of purpose. My mom's beta was so devastated that he left the pack entirely. He got his license to roam, and the only time we heard from him after that was when he sent us some money for her 18th birthday. Losing an alpha is one of the worst things to happen to a clan, no matter how it happens. But in cases where the alpha has died or left, and they weren't well liked, or it was a relief for them to go, it hurts less. The clan recovers faster. Sometimes they bypass the physical component entirely. I guess somehow I'm trying to protect them from the pain of those severed bonds. I don't want to see them suffer like that again. But I don't think I can stay either, because I've put them all at risk. I don't know if I'm going about this the right way. How the hell is someone supposed to go about this? This hasn't happened to an alpha before. There's no room for me to do better, Rookie. There's nothing that I can do that will make up for me going completely wild and for me throwing caution to the wind just to try to bring Cal back into the fold. My heart might have been in the right place, but it's not enough to just lead with your heart. You have to lead with your head too, and I'm quite clearly not good at that. How the hell do you figure? That was rhetorical. I didn't ask you to list off... Fuck. Yes, I always make decisions with their well-being in mind. Yes, I listen to their opinions now. I know better. Get off your high horse. You've got a lot to learn yet. But yeah, I did train you. And yes, Director Hadley left a compliment for you. Yeah. He said you're one of the most well-rounded newbies he's seen in his entire career. But I can't take credit for that. That was all you. Okay, fine. Partial credit, then. You are relentless. Why are you so determined to make me feel better? Crashing my pity party? More like a pity bender. No, there's nothing you can do to change my mind. I'm not sticking around as Alpha. But if you insist, I'll try to believe in myself a little more, all right? I know you believe in me, Rookie. You have from the very beginning. Is there food in that backpack? Because I am starving. Reuben sandwiches. My favorite. Who told you? Of course he did. But you really went out of your way to ask my brother what kind of sandwiches I like. Thank you. This is, pleasant. Yeah, well, you won't get to see me relaxed often, so don't get used to it. No, not if things are still up in the air. Cal might be safely contained where he can't hurt anyone, but there's still something going on with the hunters. They do want us to be wiped from the face of the earth. There's always been someone with a personal vendetta against shifters, though, so that's not what's bothering me. What I can't figure out is why they took such a targeted approach with Cal. I mean, you have to have some balls to go up to a shifter and say, "Hey, we want to wipe out your entire kind, including you. Want to help?" I don't think so. He has a better sense of self-preservation than that. He might hate me and the rest of Evergreen, but I don't think he'd give up his own life just to get revenge. I don't know. Immunity is possible, but then they'd be allowing a shifter to work in their midst, and one who has a known history of violence at that. It just doesn't make sense. The administration has to know something, or at least they have the information but haven't connected the dots. The things I'd do to get a peek at their records. Of course. Not just for the sake of this particular puzzle, but to figure out why they released Cal all those years ago after he tried to kill me. And to see why the hell they keep giving me chances and not just cutting me loose from leadership like I've been begging for them to do. Break in? Rookie, I appreciate the support and the enthusiasm, but breaking and entering in the middle of the night? Come on. Yes, the survival of shifters might be on the line, but I'm not going to combat that by committing a blatant crime to get information just on a hunch. And I know there's no possible way for me to request access to review those records. I'm probably the last person they'd allow in there. What we'd need is permission to get into the building, which we can't get outside of official business, and then a big distraction to guarantee enough time to slip into one of the domain computers, run a search for records, and copy things to a drive. Exactly. It's impossible. Actually, there's a thing coming up. The administration holds this annual party. It's an event to celebrate our community, discuss contributions of shifters, and generally just dress up and have a good time. Black tie event. Usually, alphas, betas, and their +1s are invited, along with anyone who's getting special recognition that year. I don't typically go. I had to do it for a few years in a row because Director Hadley thought it would go a long way towards restoring my image after, well, everything. And he was right. It's a lot harder to write someone off as an out-of-control beast when they're standing in front of you, perfectly poised in a black dress and uncomfortable shoes. I never really wanted to go to one again, but it's held in the administration headquarters. We could sneak out of the party, go look through the archives. If we get caught outside of the party, we just say we got turned around looking for a restroom or had to step away to have a private conversation, maybe even feign a little drunkenness. So you'll go with me? Good. No, the hell we are not telling Ethan. He wouldn't try to stop me, he'd try to help. But what we're doing could get him in massive trouble. If I'm going down, I'm certainly not taking him with me. And I don't have to worry about you. You'll say you were just following the orders of your mentor. With how new you are, you'd get a light slap on the wrist and the ordeal would be over. Wouldn't even go on your record. Don't be ridiculous. I'd need you to take whatever information we do find to Ethan. Easy. You'll be my +1. No one will think it's weird. Once they get over the shock of seeing me there to begin with, nothing will surprise them. Oh, you meant weird like that. No, it's not uncommon. Mentors end up in relationships with their new shifters a lot more than you'd think. So you being my +1 won't even raise an eyebrow. As long as everyone consents and is of age, then no one ever thinks twice about it. No, it's not common because of biology, I promise.
But when you spend every single day together and constantly see each other at your worst, well, things can happen. Compatible people end up bringing out the best in one another. Like I said, no one would think it's weird if you showed up as my +1. Yes, I did say black tie. I'll need to go shopping. I don't really have anything suitable for the occasion. You're looking forward to a stuffy party where we might get caught doing something illegal. I hardly think that me being your date makes it that much better. No, I'm not blushing. It's hot out here, that's all. Stop laughing. Yeah, I am enjoying the picnic. It's nice. Thank you. No, it's not just because your dog is with us. Even if she is a good girl, huh? Yeah, you're a good girl. Shush you. You put in all this effort to give me a little break, so let me enjoy this. Not a word. You're gonna catch flies with your mouth hanging open like that. Not sure what you expected. It's a black tie event. I know how to dress. Thank you. You look very appropriate. Fine. You look really nice, Rookie. Have you been waiting long? Good. No, Ethan is picking up his date and is gonna meet us back here. He's, bringing Maggie, actually. She's never been to one of these, always wanted to go, and he didn't have anyone he wanted to bring as, like, a date. So he thought he'd ask her to come along. That's why she's been so excited this week. No, she's staying at her sister's place instead of the hotel, so he's getting her from there. We can go in, he'll catch up later. Yes, I have the hard drive. Okay, one more time. We lay low, go with the flow. After the speeches and dinner, the party will kick into full gear. We pretend to drink, let everyone else get a couple rounds in, and then we'll sneak off into the administrative wing. We get on a domain computer, plug this bad boy in, run our search and download the results. Then cover our tracks and get out of there. Just remember, Rookie, follow my lead at all times. If I laugh, you laugh. If I act drunk, you act drunk. If I run, you run faster. Let's go in. Grab an hors d'oeuvre. The entrances and greetings will take a while. Ah, here come the avians. Showy as always. They just couldn't resist, could they? Every single one of us shifts on a daily basis, and yet it's a magic trick in this setting. I swear to God, they wear feathers every year. That would be like us wearing fur coats every year. It's tacky. But you're right. They're happy, and I suppose it's harmless. The avians aren't the only ones to show up in their animal forms and shift into glamorous humans on sight. I've seen the big cats do it on a couple occasions. My pack would never. We dress nicely, but we're not big on showmanship. What, how we choose our outfits, or how we as shifters deal with clothes in general? Ah. Yeah, well, I don't wonder because I'm used to it. Clothes stay intact when we shift, but they're not on our person. Well, it might seem implausible, yeah, but again,
you're a human who turns into a wolf, so do yourself a favor and suspend disbelief. Our ability to shift is less about our genetics and biology and more a magical field that's tied to our genetics and biology. It's not just your body that changes when you become a shifter, but your immediate space. Some crunchy types would call it your aura. That's why intention matters for shifters. Our intention can change that magical field, meaning we look different when we've lost control of ourselves. The magical field also serves more practical purposes, like keeping your clothes safe when you shift. According to legend, it didn't start out as a means to protect clothes, though. I personally think it's just a story. I mean, what is magic if not science that we don't understand, right? The first shifters didn't have that ability. They either had to get butt naked before a shift or destroy their clothes in the process, but they lived with it. However, they learned over time that in their human form they had a need for weapons or messages that could be carried, particularly in times of war. So they made an offer to, well, some say it was a god, others say it was a mage. It was a powerful entity of some sort. This one prince, a griffin shifter, offered up his power and the power of his entire bloodline in exchange for the ability to preserve items on a shifter's person during their time in their altered form. The being was pleased with the sacrifice, I guess, and it accepted the prince's power, and from then on, all shifters were able to shift in and out without concerning themselves with the loss of their armor and weapons. Nowadays we use it to keep our leather jackets and smartphones close by, but it works. The current theory that's being tested is that it creates a sort of pocket realm for our personal effects to sit in. It's kind of like a bag of holding. Yeah, I went through a D&D phase, sue me. The Griffin Prince? Oh, well, he missed the ability. I mean, it wouldn't be a sacrifice if it was something he didn't care about, right? But he was a good ruler, and it set a precedent. Throughout history, shifters have offered up their power, or even the power for their entire bloodline, in exchange for other things. A horse shifter clan traded up their abilities to end a drought. An avian king gave up his power to give his people immunity to a disease back in the 1400s, stuff like that. But the deity, entity, whatever, it only agrees to exchanges made by those with the purest intentions. People who want to give up their magic in exchange for revenge, not accepted. At least according to the stories. So, no, there's no scientific answer that explains why we can keep our clothes on while we shift. But there's also no scientific answer as to why we can shift to begin with. At least not yet. I think every shifter would be interested in that, Rookie. And the rest of the unempowered world. Come on, let's go grab seats with the orcas. They know how to party and will be the perfect cover. It'll be a couple hours, so enjoy the food and the company, but when I get up, you follow. Through here. Okay, this is where they process documents and archive them digitally. Easy. I can guarantee you at least 2 of these workstations have their passwords under their keyboard. Just have a look around. Trust me, it happens more than you think. Yep, perfect. Luckily for us, they appear to have missed this year's security training. Hard drive? Okay. Pull up the database. Let's try the same password. And we're in. Let's search for Ruby Kendall. All records. 783. Shit. Filter out signature fields and all legal documentation with clan in the subject category. We don't need things I've signed as an alpha, just things about me. 212 results, okay. Set that to export to the drive. Next, search Calvin Meyer. Meyer. 82 records, export all. Search murder plus shifter plus feral. Only 27, okay. All of those. Next, Harston Ranch. It's where they sent Cal in Montana. Because he was different when he came back from there. I want to know why. Yeah, all of the records. Myra Kendall. Myra plus accident or death. I don't know, I just grab all 17 of those. Yeah, I think that's all. How much time is left on the export? Damn, that's gonna be quick. All hail USB 3.0. Gives me a minute and a half to be nervous about this. No, not about getting caught tonight. I don't care about that. I'm nervous about what I'll find. Of course I want to find something, but I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. I mean that if I find something, it could be a huge incident. It could affect the lives of shifters as we know it, or I might find out that people I've trusted have been lying to me for years, or that the organization that is supposed to look out for all of us is dreadfully incompetent, or maybe they're competent but don't have the resources to handle whatever this is. Maybe this will all be pushed under the rug, I don't know. I don't know what to think. And if I find nothing, then that means that everything that has happened to me will have been for no reason at all. That means that I've just been really unlucky. Yeah, you're right. I have a good family around me. And I have you. Which counts for a lot more than I ever could have expected. I believe you when you say that. Of course I trust you. I let you talk me into this, didn't I? Stop looking at me like that. Like you're about to... Okay, unplug it. Lock this computer and let's get out of here. Don't celebrate just yet. We still have to get back to the other side of the... Shit, Director Hadley. He's not gonna believe me faking drunk. He's seen me drunk, and he knows that I know my way around this place. Kiss you? Are you sure? Then come here. Director, enjoying the party?
Not as much as you are by the looks of it. What are you doing in this wing?
We were just looking for someplace quiet.
I can see that, but you can't be over here.
Right, thanks, Director. Have a good one.
I didn't know someone could turn that shade of red. She'd put a tomato to shame. Did you see the look on her face?
Oh my god. Yeah, fine. Let's just get back to the party. Hi. Can I come in? No, we'll look over the hard drive tomorrow when we get back. I know it's late, but I wanted to talk to you. You know what? No, I don't regret it. Do you regret it? I don't know what this is, Rookie. I don't know anything about any of this. It's not that I don't like it when things change, it's just... I think things have already changed. Maybe changed a long time ago. I told myself that you were just being so kind to me because you're a nice person, or because I'm your mentor, or because you pity me. I didn't want to assume anything, and I didn't want to trust anyone with that part of me. But then, a couple hours ago, I caught you looking at me like I was the center of the universe, and when I said I trust you, I realized in that moment that I really do. And I don't know how to define this, or whether I even should. All I know is that I have not been able to stop thinking about you since that kiss. I feel like I can't breathe. If I'm wrong, and this is nothing, then tell me and I'll walk out that door and never say anything about it ever again. But if I'm right and you feel something too, then... Are you sure? Okay. Yeah, I do. I do want this. I want you. Good morning. Yeah, I slept well, actually. You? Good. Only about 15 minutes or so. Just thinking. About us. I think I'd like there to be an us. Us sounds nice. Well, I'll be honest, I did have a brief moment of panic when I woke up and didn't recall where I was. But then I saw you next to me and I felt comfort, safety, maybe even happiness. Don't look at me all moony like that or I'll get right out of this bed. Which I should do anyway, because we've got to get dressed and get ready to head back home. Fine. 5 more minutes. Well, you're very persuasive, but still only 5. Because if you think I'm gonna let Ethan find out about this by catching me sneaking out of your hotel room, you don't know me at all. Of course I'll tell him, just not today. I'd rather wait till we're home and I've had a chance to figure out how to tell him. For the longest time, it was just the 2 of us. He's dated people, but not seriously, and I haven't dated at all. We always knew that eventually we'd both come to depend on other people, but I think we both assumed that he would be the first one to do it, you know? Change is good, Rookie. But I want to give him at least the courtesy of letting him know things are changing. He's given up everything for me. Not only is he my twin, but he's my beta, my right hand. And I need to articulate that just because I'm with someone doesn't mean he'll be any less important to me. But that's hard to express when this is barely 12 hours old and I don't know what to call it yet. Be patient with me, all right? I guess you've always been patient with me, so it feels a little silly asking. Thank you. We've got a busy day ahead. Breakfast, driving back to Evergreen, and then this afternoon I was hoping we could start poring over the files we got last night. So let's enjoy our last few minutes of downtime, We've spent hours on this. There's nothing in my files that closely connects it to these other cases. Oh, I don't need to check that last folder. I've been through it many times. It's my medical history, specifically from when I was classified as a werewolf. No, I don't mind. Go ahead. I know I looked bad. I felt even worse. Right. My wolf was a little smaller at the time just because I was a bit smaller as a teenager. Took a while to grow into my full size, but you can see the differences between that form and my normal form. Teeth are longer, eyes fully dilated, color completely obscured. I don't know if you can tell from the picture, but my fur was more wiry and dull in color, not silvery and soft like it is now. Joints and claws more pronounced and defensive posture. Yeah, I sort of lunged at the doctor in that one. She was just doing her job. She didn't deserve it. She especially didn't deserve to be threatened with all those teeth. That one was taken by one of the docs when they found Ethan sitting with me. Well, Dad left when we were little. Mom died. We had the pack, but mostly we had each other. And then suddenly I was something else. He heard what I did. He saw me as a violent, completely unhinged creature. Then he wasn't allowed to see me for weeks. For my part, I was trapped in my own body, unable to control myself, unable to communicate, and desperately lonely. So when all of that melted away and I was able to shift back, we realized that we had almost lost what little we had left. So we just sat there like that for a while, hugging each other. The doctor who walked in on us took the photo but didn't stop us. I think she didn't want to startle me and put Ethan at risk. But eventually I asked for water, and she brought some, took my vitals, and contacted the administration. Yeah, it was pretty overwhelming. It's weird to look back on it. Though I don't think any of this will really help us connect the dots. All of this is stuff I've seen before, just from a different angle. No, I don't think we missed anything. If the administration has it, it was in that database, and if it contained those terms, we pulled it. The administration got rid of physical copies years ago. Oh yeah, it's all digital. Well, yeah, digitizing a bunch of physical records like that would take years, normally, but you forget we're friends with vampires who don't really sleep. We contracted them to do it. Anyway, based on these records, there are 17 different occurrences in the last 20 years where alphas or their heirs went feral like me. Right, I was the only one who came back from it. At least out of these that we know of. They're mostly in the Pacific Northwest, but there are a few from other regions of the U.S. Serpent Shifter in Arizona, another wolf in Tennessee, a hawk in Minnesota, and there is reference here to a bear shifter in Canada, but no first-hand source. I mean, I guess. It's common enough that you're not really surprised when you hear about it, but it's also rare enough that most shifter clans don't expect it to happen to them. The thing that's bothering me is that it usually doesn't happen to alphas. We're inherently a little stronger than the rest. But there's no connection here. There's nothing that ties all of our cases together. And if the administration thought there was a connection, or if they tied it to an ongoing investigation, there would be tags here. There's nothing. So they haven't caught on to it yet. I don't know. Let's look at Cal's files and the papers from Hurston Ranch. I'm spinning my tires on this. This looks the same as it did years ago. Just a summary. The internal investigation didn't put the charges of negligence, child endangerment, or murder on his human record because they found that he genuinely didn't act out of malice. They ran him through so many lie detectors and evaluations, but they determined that he really just panicked in the moment and ran away from the responsibility. So instead of slapping him with a record, they opted to send him to a facility. None of the pack were allowed to communicate with him, even through snail mail. Usually when someone is sent into custody or a facility, the administration keeps a copy of the release form. Do you see one of those in Cal's files? Well, I'm looking for how often our branch of the administration has sent troubled youth to Hurston, but it looks like Cal's the only one. My thought is, we have our own resources. It's kind of necessary, given our magical abilities, so in a case like this, they'd usually have a dedicated place for troubled youth in our region to go. Maybe they were testing out a new location with Cal? And I mean, it obviously didn't work, so they decided not to use them again? I don't know. It looks like the other juveniles in the last 2 decades have been sent to a facility on Lopez Island, but to be fair, none of them had as big an offense as Cal did. I've known about that place for a while. Usually the kids are in for misdemeanors, shoplifting. Cal took the hit for 5 murders, and he abandoned a newly turned shifter, and an heir to an alpha at that, so he broke one of the few shifter protocols that could be considered a pillar of what we are. Maybe they felt the need to do something more serious with him? No, he was never violent. That's the thing. His crime was inaction, not violence. The only violence I've ever seen him commit was when he came back from Hurston. That one should be the form we're looking for. Subject determined to be nonviolent and remorseful. Scheduled for intake at Lopez Island Health Center on August 11th. And this is dated August 8th. What? No, it doesn't make any sense at all. A last-minute change like that, What's that? An addendum by Director Hadley. We've been approached by a team of specialists out of Montana who believe that Cal would be a good fit at their facility and have expressed significant concerns that his actions could lead to isolation or mistreatment from the other patients. After careful review, we've agreed to accept their offer as they come highly recommended by the Midwestern HQ. No, he's right. Cal would have been ostracized for what he did. My mother was well loved in our region, so for me to go through all of that because of him, I don't know, they had a point. There's a series of emails attached to this at a later date.
have been trying to get in touch with Cal as per standard procedure, but have been informed that Harston's policy does not allow for communication with anyone aside from immediate family. Reached out to Cal's parents and discovered that they had gotten back brief, uncharacteristically closed-off responses. Cal's family has chosen to separate from Evergreen and has requested that we no longer contact them. And this one is from 6 months later. Harston's reply after Hadley repeatedly tried to get in touch with Cal. Director, as per our previous emails, it is a violation of our policies and endangers our treatment program to allow for communication with patients. Further correspondence from you on this topic will be ignored until the agreed-upon release date, at which time we will work with you to arrange transportation to send Cal home. You will receive regular updates as to his well-being, but we insist that you refrain from further attempts to communicate with our patient. And the rest of these emails are all Hadley trying to get backing from the rest of the administration to go in there with guns blazing. But nobody wanted to rock the boat, especially not with Midwestern HQ. This seems wildly out of process. Most of our programs have a heavy sense of community, not isolation. Even my treatment program included regular visits after Ethan broke the ice and they determined I wasn't a threat to anyone. Does Harston have a webpage? Just a nondescript ranch near Missoula. We specialize in the rehabilitation of troubled youth and set young adults on the path to success using behavioral therapy, meaningful work, and a family environment. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Can you pull up their staff page? They should have one that lists the therapists they work with and possibly the donors that fund it. Well, the donors look like normal people. We could cross-reference these 3 therapists and see if their credentials check out, but we won't be able to go far before we hit HIPAA. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you would. If one of them's a quack, then we might have something to go on. Wait, scroll back. That can't be. Pull up that article about my mom's car accident, the one with the picture of the car. They're the same. The reporter who wrote the article, Taylor Lee, they're an administrator and donor for Harston Ranch. And the witness, too, Alexandra Mullins. Yeah, I don't think this is a coincidence. Someone just so happens to be the only witness to my mom's death, and a local reporter gets the scoop, and later both of them manage the same facility where Cal lived before he tried to kill me? Rookie, what if my mom's death wasn't an accident? Don't look at me like that. Look, I get that accidents happen. And sure, there is some element of disbelief on my part even after all these years. But my mom was a good driver, okay? They said she was thrown from the car because she wasn't wearing a seatbelt, but my mom always wore seatbelts without fail, every time. No, there's no chance she forgot. This is the woman who once had to take a private phone call while we were camping, so she sat in her car for privacy and she buckled her seatbelt out of habit. The car wasn't even on. We teased her relentlessly for it. All I'm saying is that the details of the accident never added up for me. At the time, I just wrote it off thinking that maybe she was in a hurry or distracted, but now that I know the witness and the reporter are linked to Cal like this, I'm not so sure it was just a tragic fluke. If someone's got it out for my family, Rookie, then that means Ethan could be in danger too. Yeah, you're right. We need to figure out what they're up to. Well, yeah, I will tell Ethan and Director Hadley too, but I want to do more digging first. Give them facts to verify, not trails to chase. It doesn't look like there's much information about the witness, but the reporter was actually a full-time employee, not a freelance writer. If you think the newspaper will talk to you, then sure, they might still be employed there. So LinkedIn is good for something after all. I always saw it as an extra cringe form of social media. Okay, so they don't work there anymore. But there isn't job history after that, and there's not even a date on when they left. Well, yeah, but their HR can't tell you much more than confirming they worked there and dates of employment. I'll let you handle it then. Oh, come on, I don't need a break. Well, if you need one, then sure. We could go for a walk. Maybe bring Artemis along. Poor dog hasn't been for a walk yet today. Of course I missed her while we were in Seattle. Who wouldn't miss her? So yeah, spending time with her might be nice. Or we could grab something to eat. Or we could always do both. Or... Well, no complaints from me if that's how you want to spend the time. No, I'm not tired. Just a little agitated. Of course not. Like most perimeter runs, that was entirely uneventful and almost a little boring. No, that's not what I meant. I enjoyed your company and our little break, but I can make that circuit in my sleep. Sometimes it bores me to tears, and I wanted to be there when Ethan presented our findings to Hadley. I wish I could do something. No, technically I shouldn't be there. It's an alpha's privilege to do things like that. Even if I did want that privilege for myself, it would go against the petition to let me step down. And Ethan, rightfully, was concerned that I'd get a little too zealous about this. Of course, the director knows me, and my methods, but this would be to an entire council of decision-makers, many of whom perceive me in a different light with every passing day. It would be unwise to lose this case just over their potential fear of me. I think so. We gave them concrete evidence and showed them where the dots connect. Your search into the reporter gave us addresses, links to shell companies that were funding places like Harston Ranch, and even uncovered evidence of storage of weapons and ammunition, and, well, by all accounts, it looks very much like a well-organized group determined to end shifter presence in North America by first taking out the strongest individuals and then helping the clans dissolve in the aftermath of losing their leaders. Not to mention, there's the proof that the donors for Harston Ranch were somehow involved in my mother's accident. Like I've said, my mom was well loved. The entire administration, both past and present, respected her greatly. That alone may get them to look into this further. In any case, we won't have to wait long to hear how it went. The meeting was this morning, and it appears Ethan is already back. He drives with a lead foot, I swear. One of these days you're going to get pulled over for speeding.
But it is not this day.
Lucky for both of us. How'd it go?
Can I at least take my shoes off and get a soda first?
Nope. I've been going insane waiting for you. Ask Rookie. They've had to deal with me all day.
Fine. The presentation went well, all things considered. They were shocked to hear of the connection between Harston and our mom's death. They've ordered a private reopening of her case to see if they can draw any other connections, and to get us some closure, if there's any to be had. Director Hadley seemed particularly agitated over everything related to Harston Ranch. I'm guessing because of the emails you showed me.
Did you bring them up? What did they say about the methods we used to get the info?
I didn't mention your super illegal data theft. I told them that you had been researching this on your own, and I avoided using any of the information you'd gotten from the archives, aside from the stuff we already knew about or was public, like the news article. After all, you only used their info as a starting point, right? From there, all the connections were made by searching other sources.
Right, I just was worried. You're not good at lying.
I can be. I don't like it. But when it's important, I can pull it off. Besides, I wasn't under the microscope for too long. Information about the shell companies really raised a red flag for them. They got all worked up. Apparently, some years ago, one of the companies had tried to reach out to do business on a medical venture. One that would require taking blood samples from shifters.
Oh, shit.
They had a bad feeling about it, so ultimately it didn't happen. But the administration remembered that and immediately saw that this might be a longer-running effort than you and I thought.
Did they seem surprised, though?
Not really. I mean, they did say that shifters and their government have constantly been under attack for thousands of years. But they were purposeful. They recognize this as a big organized threat and intend to see it through.
Did they say how they're going to see it through?
Well, I suggested that they cross-reference their own archives to see what else they can find. Director Hadley assigned a team to validate the information we did provide to them, so that we can figure out how to best defend ourselves. And the council agreed that Cal should be interviewed. They put in a request for him to be moved from the detention center to a secure accommodation site of HQ.
Was that Hadley's suggestion?
Yeah. I didn't need to see the emails from him to know that he holds a lot of regret about what happened to Cal. He clearly blames himself for ever sending Cal to them.
I would feel the same if it had been up to me.
There's a lot of guilt to go around about the whole situation.
On that note, I'm sorry you had to rehash Mom's death. It can't have been easy to get up there and talk about it like that.
It sucked. And I'm angry to think she was likely murdered and they almost got away with it. That it took us this long to catch it. But getting her justice is all we can do, right? And if we can do that while also stopping a threat to our own kind, well, that's what she'd want, right?
She'd be proud of you.
She'd be proud of us both.
Still, I wish I could have been there.
You know it's the Alpha's job to meet with the council for things like this.
I know, I just...
Are you regretting the petition? Do you want to take your place again? Hey, if that's what you want,
I don't know. It's just that this is the first time since Mom died that there's a threat that isn't me. And I want to do something about it, but I don't think I'm ready to represent the clan. I can't do it better than you can, that's for sure. I get too worked up.
Being passionate about your clan isn't a bad thing. If you change your mind, you'll know I'll support the decision.
Yeah, I know. But I still think you should take this one.
Okay. Can I get my soda now?
Yeah. Dismissed, I guess.
I'm gonna go change. Then I'll be in my office getting some work done.
Will you be done in time for dinner? I was gonna make us lasagna.
There's no force in the world that can stop me from eating lasagna. Just yell when it's ready.
Gladly. Ethan, before you go, there is one more thing I wanted to tell you.
Okay.
Well, this might be kind of a shock, but it's important to me that you know. Rookie and I are
That's what you wanted to tell me? Ruby, I already know.
But this only happened last week. We've been discreet. We haven't even looked at each other for too long in public since
we got back from the party? I hate to break it to you, but I've sensed something between you from the very first night they got here. It was pretty obvious then, and it's obvious now. I knew long before you did.
How? Are you mad?
What? Why would I be mad?
Because it's different, and since it's always been just the two of us, it means our dynamic might change, and...
Hey, I never expected that you and I would be each other's only confidant. Eventually, we were both going to branch out. I'm happy for you. Do you know how long it's been since I've seen you genuinely content? You and I are siblings. Alpha and beta, no matter how you slice it. Besides, it's someone I trust. The two of you are good together. So don't worry about me. I'm glad of it.
I wish I could have told you before it happened. But how did you know?
I guess you can call it twintuition.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Stop laughing, rookie. Hey, do not encourage him. Okay, it was a little funny. Just a little. Yeah, we should get started on the lasagna. Well, first thing is to cook up the meat, so if you would get that ground sausage sautéed for me, that would be helpful. Oh, and set a pot of water to boil so we can cook the noodles. I am going to be chopping onions and mushrooms and making my cheese blend for one of the layers of filling. That way it can sit in the fridge for a bit before we assemble the whole thing. It's not a secret recipe. I'm no fancy chef. Heck, I can't even hold a candle to Joshua, but I do have mastery over a few dishes, and this is one of them. Our mom taught us. She didn't have a lot of time to cook most days. I mean, she was an alpha and a single parent with twin hellions running around. Our dad left when we were 6, so she got the worst of it from us. She was constantly busy. Don't get me wrong, we did get fed, but most nights it was something super simple. Macaroni, canned soup, baked potatoes, things like that. Sometimes my mom's beta would even cook for us to help her out. He was a master of chocolate chip pancakes and grilled cheese, so we were always happy to see Uncle Theo in the kitchen. But when my mom did actually have time to cook, it was a family affair. She had both of us in the kitchen helping her and learning. Lasagna was one of her favorites, both to make and to eat. No, that was not her addition. Adding the roasted head of garlic to the ricotta was entirely my idea. Whatever. Pay attention to the stove. Stir that or it's gonna burn. Well then, get your act together and I wouldn't have to boss you around. Oh, really? Well, you certainly liked being bossed around last night.
Oh my god. I did not need to know that.
Stop listening then.
I'm in the next room. I hear it whether I want to or not. And I definitely didn't want to.
Sorry. Why are you whispering? Yes, he really does like you. I promise he's not just saying that. Like any good sibling, he'll hate you forever if you do something unforgivable. But he's not the kind to make threats, so just keep being yourself and you'll be fine. This is nice. It feels normal. I haven't had a lot of normal in my life, but I could get used to this. What plans? You mean me getting my license to roam and leaving Evergreen? I don't know. I still have valid reasons to leave, but now I have a better reason to stay. Let's just see how things play out. Besides, you suggested once that you would consider coming with me when I left. Are you saying that you'd want to stay here after all this? Well, wait until you've tasted the lasagna before you decide if you want more of these family dinner nights. I make no promises, rookie.
Alpha Kendall, Ruby, Rookie, thank you for agreeing to meet with me. There have been some developments in our investigation.
I am all ears.
You were right. All of your information checked out. We've notified the international headquarters and have been granted resources to aid in stopping this threat. Just this morning, we were able to secure the 2 warehouses that held the most ammunition and weapons. One near the U.S.-Canada border here in Washington, and the other in West Virginia.
Is that Weiss? Now they know that we know.
That's the intention. We took control over a significant portion of their resources and have fortified our headquarters. Alphas around the nation have been given detailed warnings, with the sole exception of you.
I take it that's why we're here in person.
We'd like to ask the 3 of you to be part of our team. You're close to this, and we could use your help.
If you've already set up a game plan, what help could we be?
For one, your clan has a seasoned tactical team, but the most pressing issue is that we don't know where the primary base is. We know it's here, in the Northwest, but we don't have an address. But there's one person who knows, because he's worked with them.
Cal.
Have you already talked to him?
Yes. And as expected, he refuses to speak to anyone.
So you're going to make me force it out of him. Great.
We don't have much choice. There's a lot of lives hanging in the balance.
I get it. Should I head down there now?
Not quite. There's one more thing I wanted to tell you. I thought you should hear it from me directly, instead of over the phone. It's about your mother's death.
What is it?
What did you find out?
We called in a few favors. I personally had to crawl around someone's attic for hours, but we found footage.
Wait. The gas station across the street gave us that footage. Mom's truck was almost out of the frame when she lost control and went off the road. We couldn't see anything aside from her taillights.
This footage wasn't from the gas station. There was a private cabin just down the road, opposite from where your mom's accident was. And the owner had hidden cameras up because he'd had issues with people breaking in when he wasn't around. I noticed he had filed a report for the same night as the accident.
About Mom?
No, about some teenagers that vandalized his front porch earlier the same night. He submitted the tapes for the whole night to law enforcement, which is why I was able to get a copy. Law enforcement didn't catch it because the timestamp he gave them was a few hours before the accident. But the whole thing was captured. Would you like to watch it yourselves, or...
No.
Just tell us, please.
This might be difficult to hear. The reporter and the witness on the site were out in front of the gas station, looking like they were waiting for someone. Then your mom came around the bend. They both ran into the road as if to get into her path. Your mom swerved off the road to avoid them.
The article said it was a deer she was trying to avoid.
The vehicle was in bad shape, but she was alive when the truck stopped rolling. The reporter walked around the side of the truck like they were going to help her out, and struck her in the head with what looked like a crowbar from her truck bed. They left her there, still buckled into the seat. Then they used the damage to the fuel tank to their advantage and...
Set the truck on fire to hide the evidence.
Before calling 911 and writing an article about how she lost control of her car when a deer stepped out in front of her.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to deliver this news.
Well, now we know, right? And we can track down those assholes.
Since the victim was a shifter, we'll be working inside the administration to start with. Mainly to identify the best lawyer we have at our disposal. But we'll be pressing charges and making sure they don't get away with this. You have my word.
But why? Why go after our mom? She was well loved and wasn't the kind of person to hurt anyone.
That's unfortunately related to this bigger threat we're working on. It seems that your mom's death was part of a series of attacks against alphas, spread out over a period of 7 years.
If alphas were on the receiving end of targeted attacks, then why the hell weren't you doing something about it?
We knew about the other alphas dying, but we weren't able to track down the perpetrator, and we don't have any proof of a coordinated attack. Everything looked like an accident, pure happenstance. So we waited and watched to see what might happen.
You were using them as bait?
No. You have to understand, every single misfortune that befell the alphas was different. No two died in the same way. No two accidents happened the same. For your mom, it was a car wreck. For the trumpeter swans up north, it was a gas leak that caused an explosion. Two clans that frequently interacted both contracted the same awful flu, and both alphas died. While further research has led to this hunter group being related to every single death, all of it looked purely accidental at the time, and there was nothing to direct our energy at. It wasn't until your first turning that I finally had a suspicion, when this new group bid for Cal's rehabilitation. They were a strange outlier, and I wanted to see if I could catch them at something. I thought I'd let Cal be there for a couple of months, then drop by to visit him and gather what I could. If anyone was used as bait, it was Cal. And it was never my intention to let things go so far. I thought I could get him out of there before they did anything rash. And I was cocky enough to think that I could catch them in the act. I was wrong. I gambled with Cal's well-being. Of course, things looked okay when we finally got him back. But when he eventually attempted to take your life, I knew that I had lost him.
But now you know. It was a coordinated effort to take down the alphas. Was Cal a part of it all along?
No. His reaction to your first turning was not malicious. His statement was true. He panicked. But if I had to guess, I'd say his actions caught the attention of the hunters. They knew he'd feel the punishment was unfair, and they wanted to prey on his vulnerability. And I let them, because I was hoping to get a lead on whoever was behind it all.
Why didn't you report this upward?
I did. The others thought I was on a wild goose chase, just looking for a place to lay blame. They were happy to leave it with Cal, as he already had something of a bad reputation.
Then why did you all let him go after only 4 months?
Cal seemed fine when he wasn't around you or Evergreen. What they did to him was tied directly to you, and I felt partially responsible for destroying his life, so I didn't argue when they wanted to give him a license to roam. It was handled badly.
No, I think it was the best possible outcome. Even after all of that, I didn't want him to end up in a cell for the rest of his life.
None of us did. It felt like there was something missing and, well, we were all right about that. But it had been quiet for so long, years at this point, that we thought the threat had disappeared, if there ever was one to begin with. Until your rookie here was attacked by Cal, and then the other attacks followed shortly after. We need to talk to Cal, try to get some information out of him. He knows more than he's letting on.
Which is where I come in.
I get that she's the best person for the job, but can't you cut her a break?
I'm sorry.
You all owe me big. You can fast-track my petition as thanks for all of my help. What? I've been waiting for ages. No petition to step down has ever been in processing this long. Hell, no petition has even been put on hold, and yet, here we are. Why won't you let me have this, Hadley? I'm literally the worst alpha that ever existed. You have everything to gain from letting Ethan take my place. Just let me go.
Being a good alpha has nothing to do with the things that happen to you or your clan. It has everything to do with how you handle those things.
And I've made a mess of everything. Case closed.
That's not true.
No, you haven't. You are quite possibly the most powerful shifter of your generation, for one. Powerful enough to turn back from a completely feral state. No one in history has come back from being a werewolf. Not one. Until you. You're smart enough to rely on your community. You care about them enough that you're punishing yourself day in and day out to keep from negatively influencing them.
What?
You think we don't see what you're doing? Slowly making yourself detach from your clan so that they won't be as hurt when you leave. Even though it causes you physical pain every day to go against that instinct. Tell me, is someone who takes on pain for their family a bad leader?
That's what I've been trying to tell her.
You have overcome every single obstacle that's been thrown your way. And you've done it while keeping compassion at the forefront of your every action. What better alpha could there be? Ruby, you know your mom and I were good friends. So I'm telling you now, she would be proud of the leader you are becoming. If your main reason to step down is doubt in yourself, then you need to seriously reconsider.
No, rookie. That's not a fire alarm.
I need to take this. Excuse me. Hadley? What? When? I'm on my way. I'm bringing the leadership for Evergreen with me. There's been a breach. There's an unauthorized team in the basement level where we're holding Cal. My team's unable to locate them, but they're still in the building.
How many?
4, all armed.
Time to go.
We'd better follow her.
Get in there. I want 2 on this door, 2 on the elevator, and 4 on the stairwell. Now!
Help yourself to directing my team.
I will, thanks. Ethan, you and Rookie are with me. Hadley, Badge, open this door.
Cal is in there.
I know he is. Please, Badge, open the door. Cal.
What the hell are you doing here? What's going on?
Someone's after you. Ethan, check the next room.
Got it.
The hunters. Tying up loose ends.
That was my thought, too. Which is why I'm here.
To force the info out of me before they kill me.
To try and prevent you from being killed at all, you moron. Get back there behind the door.
Why are you doing this?
Not your business. Put on this vest before they get here.
I don't need a bulletproof vest. I'm a goddamn shifter.
Who has been under the effect of sedatives for the last few weeks. Vest, now.
Ruby? They're already here.
Shit.
Surprise.
What do you want?
Now. Nothing needs to happen to this one. All you have to do is stand aside and move away from that one.
Don't be stupid. I'm not worth it.
That's not for you to decide.
Ruby, it's not worth this life. Just let me go.
Time's a wasting. 3, 2...
Ruby, abandoned Jefferson Estate, south of Leavenworth.
No!
Aw, cute. Elliot. But stupid. Now you've given us even more loose ends to tie up. Take down these animals.
Shift and attack, now. They're down. Is everyone all right?
We're good.
Good here.
Rookie? Good.
Everyone is safe to shift back if they wish.
Cal.
I'm sorry for my part in it, for not giving up the location sooner, for how I treated you. I'm sorry.
I know.
Make them pay for what they did, okay? Promise. Promise me.
I will. I promise. He's gone.
Ruby.
Damn it!
Ruby. Hey. He helped us. He came around in the end.
I know. But I felt him die.
You were still that connected to him? Focus on breathing, Ruby. Just like the old times. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
I can't. Something else is wrong. I smell more shifter blood. Someone else is hurt.
I'm fine. So are my people. Ethan.
Bullet grazed my leg. But it's really nothing serious, I promise. It's already healing.
Rookie? Fuck!
I'm putting pressure on it. Stay
Dispatch,
with us.
This is Hadley. We need medical support immediately. One wolf shifter is dead, another is seriously...
You are not allowed to die on me, do you hear me?
Stay with
Get a response
us.
team down here, now.
No, 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 no!
What if we got support from California?
I think it would take too long. We need to move as soon as possible.
But they don't know that Cal gave us the address, right?
Correct. But remember, none of their 4 operatives reported back after the mission. They might not even know that Cal is dead, so they'd likely assume that their HQ is unsafe and make a move to clear out. I'd guess we'd have less than 24 hours before they're gone.
Have the Aven shifters reported anything back?
We've had several updates. It doesn't look like they're moving anything or anyone. But that doesn't mean anything. We have to assume they're on the move. We don't have any time to waste.
Agreed. If we can get the support of...
I said you two could stay if you were quiet.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. You're just trying to be proactive.
Have you reconsidered eating something?
No.
I know you're not feeling up for food right now, but you won't help Rookie by weakening yourself. We have to be ready in case...
Shh. They're moving. Rookie?
Let me see.
Rookie? Can you hear us?
Rookie, you scared the shit out of me. Why didn't you tell us you were hurt?
She literally asked if everyone was okay. That was your cue to speak up, dummy.
Yeah, that one's on you. You're supposed to ask for help when you need it. We're not mad. We're just very disappointed. But we're very glad that you're all right.
So glad. Ruby's been insufferable. How?
Rookie, you are not going to do that again. Got it? Good. You better not.
Sure. How much do you remember? You're mostly caught up then. Only one of the enemy operatives succumbed to their injuries. The rest are being held in a secure facility and getting medical treatment. We'll release them to human law enforcement as soon as we have the all clear from our liaison. But we're working on getting additional units to support, well, a raid. In the meantime, a few avian shifters are stationed at the location Cal gave us. They're doing flyovers and reporting in every few hours. If they make a move, we'll know about it.
No, that actually happened. Cal didn't make it.
I'm all right. Coming to terms with it. Yeah, it feels like a family member died. Though I've been a bit preoccupied with getting you the best of care and helping plan the raid, so it's helped a little to stay so busy.
Huh, that's a bit of an understatement. Oh, getting you the best care meant threatening a surgeon on his day off, in her wolf form.
I said I was sorry.
Not as sorry as you're going to be when I make you fill out the incident paperwork.
Yeah, Rookie's fine, that's all that matters.
We should give you two some space.
I
I know. I'll update you if anything new happens, okay? Glad you're back with us.
Will you eat something now, please?
Sure. Pick something you know I like.
I'll be back in a bit.
Rookie. Never again. Hell no, you may not come with me for the raid. You're injured. Whenever this comes to a head, and it will, you're going to stay far away. I can't focus on doing what I need to do if I'm worried that you'll get hurt again. Especially if I can still smell your current injury. Hadley will arrange for a couple of armored vehicles. You can come to the site, but you do not leave the vehicle, okay? I have to do this, Rookie. Every shifter on the continent is at risk until we stop this. Well, we do know a little more. The leader of the movement is a guy named Trevor Matheson. He's born and raised here in Washington. No, it doesn't look like there was any personal trauma that led to him hating shifters in particular. Seems like he had a great childhood, at least on paper. Graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in business, and now appears to be working for Matheson Holdings, his own company that I guess is a front for the anti-shifter movement. It appears that the role was passed down to him by his grandfather, Brian Matheson, who was a known hunter back in the day. Gave my own grandfather a lot of trouble. The whole thing appears to be a family business. It kinda seems like he got an education with the express goal of building a financial foundation for his family's cause. Our detectives have found a smattering of business deals that can be traced back, roughly, to the time Trevor finished his master's degree, and about 3 months before the inception of the holdings company. We were able to find some records, the hiring of a couple private investigators, manifests for ammunition and weapons, proof that the perpetrators who took down various clans were all tied to him, including the 2 that murdered my mom and later donated to Harston. Besides that, all of the alphas, or their heirs, turning feral happened after he hired someone that he met at the university, a woman with a PhD in biomedical engineering, so that's just great. And we found contracts with smaller groups of hunters, both anti-shifter and anti-vampire. We forwarded that info over to the vamps in hopes that they might want to lend a hand. Well, as far as we can tell, the abandoned estate that Cal mentioned is the opposite of abandoned. Behind the old house and barn, there's a forest full of cabins and bunkers. The avians said that it looks like these folks are ready for doomsday. That's why we need help. There are currently over 70 hunters and allies residing there, and it looks like there's room for over 100 more. This isn't going to be something that just our tactical team can handle. We need everyone. They are willing, Rookie, but we're not going to come out unscathed. Is it worth it? Yes, but lots of lives are going to be lost, and that weighs on me. I might be able to keep you out of the fray on account of your injury. You can run logistics from behind the scenes, but Ethan, he's going to be out there. Director Hadley, Josh and his sister, People that matter to me will be directly in danger, and I hate it, Rookie.
I'm back. 1 blue Gatorade and a ham and cheese sandwich.
Thanks. What?
Nothing.
You've got the same guilty look you had when you broke my Walkman in 8th grade. What is it?
Have you given any more thought to what Hadley said back in the office about you being the alpha?
Ethan.
What? He made a good point. The same point I've been making for years. The same point Maggie and Josh and even Rookie all agreed with you. You should be the alpha.
I took charge of one operation yesterday and Rookie almost died because of it. You did almost die, in fact. The doctor said that if we had been even a couple minutes later, you might have bled out. Ethan, leave it alone.
Your instinct to lead isn't something that will disappear just because you want it to. You took charge of that operation because every cell in your body demanded it. It was your actions that led to us neutralizing 4 enemy operatives. It was your persuasion that led to Kel giving us the info. It was even your influence that led to the best shifter doc in a territory performing Rookie surgery. Shit happens, Ruby, but you can't just back out of your birthright. Not when you're so well suited for it.
I'm not well suited for anything. I made a decision years ago to back out because I was scared. Because that fear crippled me, and it still does. Because I didn't want the clan to get hurt by my past. I made you step up into a role you didn't necessarily want. I hid myself away and made plans to leave. Every choice I've made has been so selfish. That's why you're the better choice.
I'm not blameless, Ruby. I mess up and act selfish just like everyone else.
Please. You're the only person who could change me back from a feral werewolf to a normal, healthy shifter. You've never done a truly selfish thing in your entire life.
That is not true.
Yes, it is. When have you ever done something for yourself and not for the greater good?
Way more often than you think.
Give me one example.
You want an example? Fine. How about this? The only reason you're still with our clan is because I ignored you when you needed me.
What are you talking about?
The night your Rookie turned, you called me. You asked for help. You said I had to be there when they turned. I didn't show up.
You said you were busy.
I wasn't, okay? I had plenty of time to drive out and bring help. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't stop thinking that if they turned and locked in on you as a mentor, then you couldn't leave. And I didn't want you to leave, Ruby. So I did nothing. And you had to stay here, where you belong. With the family.
You knew how much it meant to me to leave. Were you ever really petitioning the administration to let you take over?
Yes, of course I was. The only time I went back on it was that one night, I swear.
You promised me. I've been waiting for what feels like ages to be able to move on. You promised.
I know. I'm not proud of it, but you have to understand, Ruby. I'd do it again. It might have been selfish, but it kept you here. We wouldn't have uncovered this entire plot without you. And I would have missed you. We've always been a team, Alpha and Beta in one way or another. I didn't want to lose that. You're my sister. Please, say something.
Get out.
Sis,
Get out.
Yes, Alpha.
How did everything get so fucked up, Rookie? I had all these plans. I was gonna leave Evergreen, leave my brother in charge, go back to school, maybe be a lone wolf and just be happy about it for the rest of my life. But then you showed up out of nowhere and permanently rooted yourself in my life. I felt trapped. I couldn't leave like I wanted, not on the timeline I wanted, but worse than that, I was so worried I'd ruin your life just by being your mentor. I mean, worst case, you ended up like me. Feral, violent, out of control. And at best, I was worried I didn't have anything useful I could teach you. Yeah, I did, I guess. Somehow. I don't know. I thought I was helping the clan by detaching. And then I had to be attached to you. It's a problem because you challenged me to look at myself differently, to have a little faith in myself, which is extremely inconvenient because now I know I can do it. But I'm scared of what that means. I keep finding myself in these impossible situations, and somehow I keep finding the strength to get through it. But I don't know where that strength is coming from, and I'm scared, Rookie. I'm scared it's gonna run out. I'm scared I'm gonna lose people. You're right. Ethan's right. Everyone's right. I can step up and be Alpha. I know I can lead and care for everyone. I know I can not just control my power, but channel it into something useful. Something that can help my pack thrive. Something that will keep them safe. And now that I know that, now that I've realized what I was born to do, I can't just walk away. Why did you have to be so goddamn wonderful, Rookie? You have completely ruined my plans for my life. You don't have to be sorry. To be honest, my plans were mostly shit anyway. Oh, I'm still mad at Ethan. Lying to me like that. What kind of... Yeah, I know. I know he feels bad. Explains why he acted so weird in the beginning when we first brought you into the clan. I thought he was just avoiding me because I was pissy. Well, it could have been both. Right. The doctor said that as long as you weren't in excruciating pain when you woke up, you were likely to be well enough to leave the same day. Shifter healing and all that. You still have to take it easy, though. No, Hadley's coming with us, actually. Evergreen is off the beaten path, and he's planning on using our base as a staging ground for the raid. We'll lie low, get our supplies and people together, and then we'll strike. Rookie, there's something you should know. I'm going to be on the front lines of this. No, not just leading. Going in. Fighting. No, I have to do this. Not to brag, but you know I'm powerful. Putting me in there could keep a lot of our own safe. And this guy killed my mom. I have to do something. I know I don't need your permission, Ricky, but I'm warning you because anytime I'm in danger, you're going to feel it. And that day is going to be very full of danger. No, it's not an alpha thing. It's a mate thing. No, I know I said I didn't want to put a label on it, and technically we still don't have to, but I just want you to know that shifter biology does in fact have a label for it, and we're there. I suspected, but I didn't know for sure until you almost died, and what I felt was a lot more than just a mentor-student bond or an alpha clan member bond. It was soul deep. This isn't something that you have to adhere to, and it doesn't happen in every romantic relationship between shifters. I mean, my parents didn't have it. Two people can have a perfectly healthy and loving relationship without it, and two people with it don't have to necessarily stay together. It just really deepens their connections and enhances their relationship, and it's really precious. Something to be treasured. I don't want you to feel pressured or anything. I just wanted you to know up front that it's happened for us, and say something, please. At the moment, I'm honestly more worried about how you feel about it. I don't know, because you already didn't choose this life for yourself. I don't want to add to the pile of things you didn't have a say in. Yes, you chose to be with me, but as a casual romantic relationship, you didn't choose the most sacred form of soul bonding and all the weight that carries. Really? Yes. Yes, I would like to. Of course I'm scared. Do you know how much more I stand to lose? You can't promise me that, so don't even try. Two years ago, I was a surly, closed-off, pissy wolf with a chip on my shoulder and plans to leave the only life I've ever known. Now, well, look at me. An alpha with a mate, fully owning my clan and my home, and a desire to lay my life on the line to protect it all. What did you do to me, Rookie? Well, maybe, but I couldn't have mostly done it myself without you. Yeah, I should tell Hadley that I'm gonna step up. But I should tell Ethan first. He's been keeping the seat warm for me all along, and I was pretty awful to him just now. I'm not going soft, you absolute torment. But it's an alpha's job to know when to apologize, especially after the hell I've put him through. Yeah. You're a tyrant. I've got to go pick up my life. I'll be back soon. Restricted number. Hello?
It's good to finally speak to you, Ruby Kendall.
Who is this?
The name's Trevor Matheson. Though I'm guessing you're not surprised to hear from me. Your director and his little team of detectives work quickly.
I know who you are. What do you want?
Just to chat?
You and I have nothing to chat about.
That's where you're wrong. We have plenty to discuss. I want to make a deal.
Give me one good reason why I'd ever make a deal with you.
I can give you 11 good reasons. One for each avian shifter that was assigned to do flyovers on my property.
What makes you think I know anything about random birds flying over your house?
If things were different, I'd suggest you take up acting classes. You're less than convincing.
Well, maybe being a terrible liar isn't the worst thing in the world. What do you want?
Your feathered friends have been rendered incapacitated. At the moment, they're alive, but only because of my generosity. If you hang up this call before I do, my hospitality ends. Understood?
I'm listening.
Good. Now, you and I are both natural-born leaders, Ruby, so let's cut the crap. We both know that we'd lay down our lives for our cause, and the cause we're each carrying is going to get a lot of people killed. I'd like to avoid that.
So drop your cause and fuck off.
I want to talk to you in person. Just you and me.
And do you expect me to just walk into your trap?
You can do what you like. I'm just telling you that I'd rather meet one-on-one and sort this out between us than let both of our communities be decimated by a single battle. A bloody mess like that would absolutely make it out into the media, which neither of us wants. Besides, if it's a trap, then only you fall, right? You can keep the rest of the local freaks safe by risking only your own life.
Why would you meet with me? I'm not even a part of the administration. I have no say in anything.
But you have the administration's ear. And besides that, you are one of the most powerful shifters on the planet right now. But we can discuss that more in person. Unless you'd rather carry out this poorly hatched plan of the administration's after all.
When and where?
I knew you'd come around. You can't resist a chance to protect your clan. Despite our differences, I respect that. Be at the Jefferson Estate at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Do not tell anyone where you're going, and do not bring anyone. If I notice more shifter activity, I'll give the order to kill the avians. Got it?
Understood.
I look forward to our meeting. Bye for now.
Fuck. Matheson, I'm here. Let's talk.
Ruby Kendall. I half expected you to show up in wolf form.
You said no shifter activity. That would count as shifter activity, wouldn't it?
True enough. Still, showing up in your human form is unexpectedly civilized. Maybe there's hope for your kind after all.
Don't hold your breath. Well, you wanted to talk. And you seem like the type who likes the sound of their own voice. So talk.
My request is pretty straightforward. You agree to come into my custody, permanently, and tell your clan to stand down. You also help me to take down other leaders in the shifter communities. In exchange, your clan gets to peacefully fade out of existence over a few generations, instead of being slaughtered where they stand like the others.
To what end?
Peace. Order. Safety for humankind.
I'm betting you tried this speech on Cal, right? Guess what? It didn't work. Even in the end, he couldn't kill me, and he still helped us. Your bullshit won't work on me either.
And here I was thinking you were far more rational than that hot-headed barbarian. We are everywhere. My operation is spread out all over North America, and we're beginning to connect with other groups across the world. We will win, in the end.
You're delusional if you think I'm going to willingly side with the people who killed my mom, just for the sake of taking down the rest of my kind. Protecting my clan today means nothing if it means the death of shifters tomorrow. People like you have always tried to end our existence,
Since the first gift of magic to the world, you've been trying to rewrite history to exclude magic and remove anyone who doesn't fit that narrative. Magic has already been getting diluted naturally for 1,000 years. Isn't that enough for you?
It's not that simple. There's a balance that has to be kept in the natural world. A balance between order and chaos. We know that magic is at the center of that balance. We've known that for hundreds of years, in fact. Historically, one side or the other takes too much, and it falls to people like you and I to correct it.
I've had the same history lessons as you. I know that a balance has to be kept. That's why we give back to our communities, protect humans, donate money, set up the transition program for the terminally ill. It's why we don't turn new people without extensive application processes, and why clans can't even do that unless their natural growth rate is below a certain percentage. We've been careful for decades. We just want to exist.
That's all well and good, but the shifter birth rate is still pretty high, don't you think?
What do you mean?
I mean that pure, powerful ancient blood of yours is starting to interfere. Thanks to your clan turning comparatively few shifters over the last several hundred years, you rely on naturally occurring births, which keeps your power inside the clan and allows it to grow stronger with each generation, instead of waning as it gets diluted with regular human blood. Your mother was unprecedented in her power as it was, but then she shacked up with some pureblood out of New York and out popped two perfect twins, a matched alpha and beta set, each carrying more power than their parents put together. Can you see how that might make things a little unfair?
What are you going to do? Control the birth rate? You're not a god. People have kids, it happens.
I don't want to be a god. I want to make sure that you and your kind don't become gods.
We are simply out here, existing. We're not hurting anyone. If a shifter sets a single paw, claw, fin, or talon out of line, the law comes down on them. Hard. We keep our house clean. Can you say the same about yours? Looks to me like you've spent the last decade murdering and maiming innocent shifters just for sport.
Be that as it may, we couldn't do it alone. We had to show the world what you are. Fear is a powerful motivator, but we had to weaken you first. I'll say this for shifters, you all have some very strong, supportive communities, which is why we settled on a series of accidental deaths to bump some of the key players off the board. Take out the pillars of the community, and it's easier to deal with the rest.
Key players. You killed a single mom of 2 kids who consistently did good things for her clan and her human community just because she had influence? Just because people loved her?
Because she made your people stronger, and she made you stronger. We needed you to be vulnerable.
What are you saying?
You're one of the reasons she's dead, Ruby. If you had come into this world as a regular shifter, we could have put Evergreen on the back burner, let them fade away peacefully into nothingness after the fall of the greater shifter community. But you, with all your power, you couldn't be ignored. Your brother is powerful, but he's nothing without your influence. You were the perfect catalyst.
Catalyst to what?
We'd been perfecting medication to inhibit shifter judgment. It had been tested on a few other alphas and alpha heirs before you. All of them went feral within a matter of hours. People got scared seeing their neighbors turn into violent creatures. And after seeing how efficient it was, we were very confident that it would work on you. So confident, in fact, that I was the one to shoot you with the serum dart. I wanted to watch the last of the Kendall line fall.
That day when I had my first turning, it was about a year too early. It wasn't a fluke. It was your influence.
Bingo. But you fought it for hours. And even though you did eventually give in, we weren't expecting that you could come back from that.
And Cal? That family of hikers, were they part of your plan too?
All collateral damage. Cal's panic set off a chain of events that ended with you brutally murdering a family. It was great for business. The human media now knew just how dangerous shifters could be. For a moment, we had the upper hand, but then your brother turned you back and our plan went to shit. The undercover agents that originally took the contract on your mother were the first to propose taking Cal into our care. See, your stay at the medical facility was a risk to us. The serum was in your blood, and if the administration picked up on it, our plan would be uncovered before you were off the board. So we decided to use Cal against you, make it look like retaliation when he killed you. Which, of course, we both know he failed at.
You're worried about shifter power, and the vampires too, based on your hunts against them. But you and your crew have done more harm in the last decade than all magically gifted beings on the continent have done in the last 100 years.
I'd do it again.
So you're just openly admitting to multiple murders, attempted murders, abuses, and a plethora of other crimes? You're not even the slightest bit ashamed of yourself?
What does it matter? You're an animal, and you're not leaving this forest. See, I'm not an honest man, Ruby. I might have been stretching the truth when I said I'd be here alone. Luckily, I do have humility. At least enough to know that I can't take you down by myself. You have over 30 weapons trained on you, from behind that building, the crest of that hill, and up in the trees. I would have engraved your name on each silver bullet, but that seemed a bit overdramatic. So I hope you said goodbye to that pathetic brother of yours, and the simpering trainee who follows you around like a lovesick puppy. I would hate for them to find your mangled body out here without having a chance to say their farewells.
As much as I hate to admit it, we do have something in common after all. I'm not honest either. You know me to be a lone wolf, always running away from everyone, keeping my distance so I don't hurt them. And I'll grant you that's who I've been trying to be. You lured me here knowing that I'd isolate myself to keep them all safe. But if there's one thing I've learned from my mother, my brother, my mate, and my clan, it's that we're stronger together. The times I've thrived have been the times I've let them in and leaned on them for support.
Very sweet that you've learned your lesson, but it's a bit too late, don't you think?
Not when you're this cocky. I'm doing what I was born to do.
Sacrificing your life to save your kind. If that's what helps you die with a clean conscience, then you're welcome to it, and with my good wishes. But you can't buy yourself any more time. Fire! What? I said fire!
And I said, we're stronger together. I didn't come alone. I brought the whole damn administration.
We've got your back.
Covering you from the forest, Alpha Kindle.
Ground Team Lima reporting in. Enemies are neutralized.
Avian team here. We've got eyes in the skies. The situation is stable.
The vampires stand with you, Shifter clans.
How?
You're right about one thing. My magic is terrifying. Even more powerful than I could have expected. But it turns out when you accept your life's purpose, you get even stronger. I honestly thought your hunters would be more of a challenge.
What did you do to them?
I kept their attention on me. Only on me. Not on their own will, and certainly not on the swarm of shifters sneaking up on them. My family, my mate, disarming them and putting them in cuffs. They also didn't notice the vamps soothing them into a soft, dreamless sleep. It was a bit difficult to keep them all under my control while listening to your monologue, but luckily for me, you'd already given them the first half of the order when you told them to ignore all else and stay focused on me. Their minds were easier to bend thanks to that.
You're bluffing. If there were that many shifters here, I would have noticed them.
Would you? We work with each other to share what we have for the greater good, which is the best of all the strength and stealth available to the animal kingdom. And after over a decade of you and your hunters harming and killing us just for existing, well, you've pissed us all off. You thought you'd win just by picking me off? No, Trevor. You would have barely made a dent.
What are you going to do now? Kill me? Use more of your power? Rip me apart like the unhinged animal we both know you are?
I'm going to breathe easier for the rest of my life, knowing that my mother is avenged, and you're rotting in prison with all of your friends alongside you. I'm going to put my time and energy into protecting and building up my community like my mother would have wanted, and after I've testified in court against you, I'm never again going to spare you a single thought because you don't deserve it.
Bite me!
Was that a request? I thought not. Restrain him and get him on the truck to Seattle.
You can't do this!
See you in court.
You really could have bitten him.
And do a mountain of your paperwork for my trouble? Absolutely not.
Can you and your team run a final perimeter sweep? We checked the buildings and outbuildings, but we want to make sure we didn't miss anyone in the woods. No one can sniff them out like you can.
You've got it.
I'll take Josh and run the northwest corner.
Rookie, you're with me. We'll start at the south and work our way up along the eastern property line. Meet back here.
Hey, I'm proud of you, Ruby. Really proud. Mom would be too.
Thanks. I'm sorry for earlier. I know I don't say it a lot, but I love you, Ethan.
I love you too.
Rookie, let's go. Yeah, I'm okay. I just need a minute. Adrenaline's wearing off. What are you... You were terrified. I was half a second away from bursting out of my skin the entire time. The guy who ordered my mom killed was right there in front of me. Right there. I did want to, yeah. And then I didn't. I don't want to lose control again, Ricky. And if I can face that evil incarnate while keeping my cool, then maybe that means I'll be okay. Maybe it means I'll never lose control again. Thank you for trusting me and for following my orders. I know it was difficult to watch me face him. I'm not worried about that. I've stepped up as Alpha officially. I'm not leaving Evergreen. Which reminds me, when I spoke to Hadley about assuming my position as Alpha, he also indicated that the administration would approve you for a license to roam if you wanted one. Well, yeah. I know you haven't done the full 2 years, but you've more than met the qualifications. You don't have to use it, but it's good to have. Kind of like a driver's license. You have a lot of freedom. I do recommend you get it, yeah. As to whether you use it, go off on your own, go back to your old life. What I want doesn't matter, Rookie. It's your life. I could never presume to tell you what to do. Then stay. Please. Stay with me at Evergreen. Stay with your family. We love you. I love you. I don't know. I guess I'm just happy. Happier than I've been in a long time. Oh no, it's far from over. There's going to be a trial. Ethan and I have to do some paperwork and bureaucratic nonsense for me to officially take over as Alpha, and there's a celebration. Yeah, when a new Alpha steps in officially, there's a ritual and a party. It's tradition. No, I was acting Alpha. No Alpha can be official until they're 21, and I was never fully, completely established. I tried to step out before that happened, and Ethan was never approved to completely replace me, just temporarily. Evergreen Clan hasn't had an official, fully capable Alpha since my mom died. It will be. Most of the clan, and even some of the administration, has been looking forward to it for a long time. It's a pretty sacred thing. And Evergreen knows how to throw a party. I'm sure Maggie would be delighted to have your help. She's kind of in charge of it. But for now, we'd better get back to the rendezvous point. Ethan will be able to sense that I'm okay, but he'll get anxious if we're gone too long. And besides, Hadley might have to take the whole kit and caboodle back to Seattle, but our team is headed home. With a pit stop at the diner, of course. I could eat an elephant. Well, another minute or two won't hurt. Hey, rookie. Help, please. It's my dress. I can't reach, and can you zip me up? Yeah, I know I'm shaking. I'm nervous. I know that. Still. Thanks. Well, do I look okay? Thank you. You look really nice, too. Where'd you get that outfit? I've never seen it before. Well, I guess you're not a lost cause after all. Oh, Ethan's in there somewhere. Why? What time is it? Crap. Ethan, come on, we're gonna be late.
All right, get off my back.
It's a good thing we only have to get into the common room or we'd be late on account of that hairdo of yours.
You can't rush art. Don't be nervous. You look nice. It's gonna go well.
Is it that obvious I'm freaking out?
Extremely. Take a breath. I'm gonna go sit down.
I'm a little lightheaded, yeah. I'm finally gonna do it, rookie. In a few minutes, I'll officially be the Alpha. I've got a lot to live up to. I wish you had met my mom. No, of course she'd love you. That's not what I mean. If you had seen her in action as an Alpha, I think you'd understand why I'm so nervous about stepping into her shoes. I don't think any Alpha could ever live up to her. But I'm certainly gonna try. We really should get up there. Hadley and the entire clan are waiting. I love you too. Let's go.
Ah, there she is. Took long enough.
Blame my nerves and Ethan's hair.
Hey!
Let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Okay, settle down. I know we're all excited to celebrate, but we do have some official business to wrap up. As per tradition, I'll keep it short and sweet. Today, we have gathered to establish Ruby Kindle as the Alpha of the Evergreen Clan. Ruby, will you stand before your clan and make your pledge?
I stand before you, my family, my pack, my clan, knowing that despite my mistakes, you have loved and supported me just the same. Whether I've known you my whole life, or you've just joined us recently, each of you has left an impact on me. I have spent my whole life willing to die for this clan, but now I can finally say with certainty that I'm willing to live for you. I can never thank you enough for the trust you've placed in me and for your undying support. I vow to dedicate my every breath not just to carrying on my mother's legacy, but to building my own. A legacy of community, of family, and of the preservation of the magic we all bear. I ask you now to stand with me as we make Evergreen thrive, becoming a beacon to the rest of our kind and remaining the close-knit, loving family we've always been.
Thank you, Ruby. Will you please name your beta and summon them?
I name Ethan Kendall as my beta. Ethan, please join me.
Ethan, as Ruby's beta, you will speak on behalf of your pack today. Does this clan give their consent to Ruby becoming Alpha and swear to support her loyally until the succession should pass?
We give our consent and will support Ruby as our Alpha, wholeheartedly.
Then, by the consensus of this wolf pack, the grace of magic, and by the power vested in me by the administration of Shifter Society, I present Alpha Ruby Kindle, leader of Evergreen Clan. Let's celebrate!
Of course, I'd forgotten to put the lid on the blender, so when Ethan plugged it in, the ingredients flew everywhere. And at that exact moment, while there's still a cloud of cocoa powder in the air, Uncle Theo just happens to walk in. We froze.
He looked over both of us. The broken eggs, the blender, the cocoa powder, everywhere. We just stood there staring at each other. Finally, he shook his head and said, "If I didn't see this, then none of us would have to be in trouble, right?"
We both nodded, and he was like, "I'll be back in an hour."
When he came back, we had cleaned up the mess, changed our clothes, and put the handmade card on the table. And he had brought us a proper chocolate cake for us to surprise our mom with.
And she never knew about the whole mishap. Well, of course not. In order for her to find out, he'd have to tell her he fell asleep watching TV and didn't keep an eye on us like he promised he would.
Besides, it was just a mess. No one actually got hurt, so as long as we swore to keep it a secret, nobody got in trouble. Uncle Theo was the best.
He's a great guy. He actually sent me an email this morning. He offered his congratulations and said that he might find himself back in the area this summer if we're up for a visit.
That would be awesome. I'd love to see him again.
Me too.
What is it?
I don't know. It's just... it feels like things are finally approaching a new normal. Something sustainable and positive. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Rookie, but this wasn't just me. This was you and Ethan and the whole damn clan. Plus quite a bit of support from the administration. Speaking of which, here comes Director Hadley.
Ruby, a moment.
Sure, what is it?
I just wanted to congratulate you. Not as the director, but as a family friend. As someone who has always wanted you to succeed and thrive, your mom would be so proud of you. Both of you.
That means a lot.
Hadley. Thanks for giving me a chance.
Many chances at that. I didn't deserve them.
You did. And don't doubt it for a minute. I'm off to, get another helping of that 7-layer dip.
It's good to know that people like him are in charge of things.
Yeah. He's committed to making positive changes, which, given all the things I'd like to do, will make my job quite a bit easier.
And my job harder. Go easy on me, okay? The beta's share of paperwork is awful.
I know that firsthand. Besides, maybe Rookie can help you. There's been no formal decision on which role they're gonna take because somebody is indecisive. Well, obviously there's office work. There's the mechanic shop. We still need a program coordinator for the kids. Usually, one of the parents volunteers sometime, but it's a huge responsibility, so it would be better to just pay someone to do it full-time. And that person would need to be a bus driver to get them to the school during the season. Lots of options, Rookie. You could even work remotely for the administration if you wanted to.
Not to mention, there's several jobs in town if you don't mind commuting for a bit. I'd say about half of the adults in the clan do that. They take light rotations for clan responsibilities. But we're not going to rush you. Take time to think about it. You can always change your mind later.
Exactly. We're here to help, whatever you decide.
I'm going to make a massive root beer float. Rookie, do you want one? You've got it.
Hey, let's step outside for a sec. I have something for you. No, you don't have to close your eyes, just here. Yes, it's real leather. You should be able to smell that. But it's not just the wallet I got you, it's what's inside. Yeah, it's your license to roam. I filled out all the paperwork and asked Hadley to expedite it and bring it back with him. I'm not kicking you out. I know you plan to stay here and find your place in the community, but it's kind of ceremonial. I'm just letting you off the leash, as it were. You're fully trained. You are your own shifter now. And I'm really proud of you. Even if you hadn't ended up as my mate, and hadn't helped me quell the biggest threat to shifter existence we've seen in a century, I'd still be proud of you. I didn't think I ever wanted to train anyone, but it's been very rewarding to see you grow from a bloodied knucklehead of a hiker trespassing on our property to, well, this. A quick learner, a strong fighter, one of the most dedicated shifters our clan has ever seen, and a respected member of the pack. So, as your mentor, I release you from the bonds of training and recognize you as an independent shifter, proud and trustworthy, complete in yourself. You have no obligations to me or to Evergreen, or even to the administration, with the exception of an occasional check-in. You now have permission to roam at will or cleave to a clan of your choosing. So, what will you do? What's your first act as a free shifter? Good choice. I also wanted to thank you for everything. Rookie, I don't think you realize that I couldn't have done this without you. No, I couldn't have. We only uncovered this plot because of your involvement, because of your idea to break into the archives, and because you were very persistent about chasing this down.
Without you, we wouldn't have gotten justice for my mom, and we couldn't have defended our kind. Without you, I would have left Evergreen a year or two ago, and I would have been who knows where when my clan was attacked and my kind was killed off. And most importantly, without you, I wouldn't have cared about any of it. You gave me a reason to care again. You encouraged me to think outside the box, break the rules a little. You saw me. Not as an alpha, not as a powerful shifter, just as a bitter, abrasive screw-up. And you loved me anyway. And you reminded me that it's worth it to love myself. So even if you think you didn't do much, you did. I am only standing here today because of you. I only started believing in myself again because of your influence and your support and your love. You're my rock, Rookie. You mean everything to me. Well, I plan to do everything in my power to return the favor. Starting with helping you get established wherever you choose to go. Of course, I know you're staying at Evergreen, and I am both relieved and ecstatic. But I have to officially ask. No, I don't need validation, you dork. It's protocol. I need to know for the paperwork. Oh yeah, there's paperwork.